did not hear you. Hey, there's the live icon up at the top.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
it shows Judy. It doesn't show that you're on mute, but we cannot hear you.
Cannot hear you.
Still nothing.
Can't hear you.
Is
We'll
there
give-
an audio button? Mine, I have disconnect audio or reconnect audio. No.
No.
Yeah.
Can read your lips a little bit, but that's it.
Yeah, and we can see you working furiously to correct it, but
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh. All right. So at the workshop today, then we have to finish up the strategic plan. And so we just have the last category. And so I sent it out, I think, earlier this weekend. And then I sent you another copy of it today so that hopefully you would have everything right in one link. So it had the Zoom link, it had the updated packet, packet, and then the strategic plan as well. So on the performance indicator, or on the column that we're on, is the ensure operational excellence. So then we're in the performance indicators. And I already made the changes kind of in red that we already had kind of gone through over the last couple of weeks. So those are already on the document. So then we're kind of to that number one, continue to develop a cohesive and collaborative administrative team. Are there any changes that we want to make to that?
so just looking in terms of terminology. So we say performance indicators. So did we always use this kind of as a category for metrics? Is that what the intent was?
Yeah.
So just in terms of how we phrase it, we say continue to do this, continue to do that. So is it our intent to in the future that we would somehow look at that to make sure we're achieving it? Because if there are metrics out there, we should be also asking ourselves, did we achieve this? Is that the idea, or is that in a different conversation?
I think we could have that conversation, but I also think that it probably makes a little bit more sense when the next board meets to come up with an entirely new plan that they can look back and kind of say, all right, how were these things actually, like, we're still focusing, we still want this to get done, but I think they would be the ones then that said like yes or no, or what more specific things we had to do.
Okay.
I mean, especially at this point in the year, I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting that we do it right now. I'm just thinking, just to make sure that the group that takes a look at firsthand, whether it be at the first meeting or sometime over the summer, that they start thinking in those terms to review the strategic plan, to review these performance indicators, so they kind of land on their feet running with these things in mind.
Yeah. And in a couple of the other performance indicators, we indicated, I guess, I don't know a better word, that the board needs to pick this up at a retreat. So hopefully this could be like another thing too, that we could add, that they should focus on, the measuring or the outcome, were we successful or not just whether we're doing it.
Perfect.
Should I add that on there then? Or is that just kind of an overall statement that that's what the next board should do, or our recommendation along with all of these?
Yeah, I think it's the latter.
Okay.
So making sure that gets on a list somewhere, so that, it's kind of a tickler list.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, I'm just writing it down. All right. Number 2, continue to ensure clear roles and responsibilities for administrative staff. I mean, I think that we're trying to do that, and thinking about like the personnel committee and some of the other things that came out of like the goals and things like that. I mean, all of those things, our last meeting.
Yeah, the first thing that jumps to mind is the job descriptions, making sure those updated, and other things that were handled in the personnel committee. So
Right.
So do you want to change that rather than continue to ensure? How about a annual renewal of roles and responsibility for administrative staff?
there we go. Yeah, I think that hits upon what I'm thinking. Maybe more of an action item to be specific on.
Right.
Okay.
Sarah, are you taking notes on this, or do you want me to?
I'm already on my document.
Okay. All right.
Yep. I got it. Okay. All right. Anything else for that one? I'll change it to annual review of. All right. Number 3, continue to develop a communications plan which would target audiences such as teachers, support staff, parents, student, alumni, Woodbury community, and others. Messages for each audience and a deliberate outreach plan. I mean, I think the communications team has done some of that, or at least they're attempting to do some of it. I'm not sure how far they've gotten. I don't think that all of those groups have been included in that message.
We talked about expanding the community beyond Woodbury as well, right? In the past on some other topics, so maybe we could, I don't know,
Yeah,
greater area or greater Woodbury, or
yeah, that was one of the other performance indicators on here too, that we added.
Cottage Grove.
Yeah, so local chamber of commerce, that's how it just said increase community and business outreach and connections by joining local chambers of commerce. So the idea of if we're expanding that, we would go into that community and think about their chamber of commerce.
What if we just had local communities then, instead of Woodbury specifically?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's a good point because, the big 3 would be Woodbury, Cottage Grove, and Oakdale.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 90% of our students are from those communities. And to say Woodbury, I think we're recognizing our school is planted in Woodbury, but
Sure.
beyond that, we certainly want to recognize everyone else.
Yeah.
And Maplewood, by the way. Sorry.
Okay. And I also think it would be good for the next board to task groups with these different things. Like who is going to do this? I mean, to me, it's the communications committee would do this, but, there might be elements that fit elsewhere. And with the other things as well, who actually, makes sure that these things are done. There were a couple of questions that we had that we said, John, will you ask this person, or Michelle, will you ask this person? But those were more like just informative questions. They weren't about actually making or ensuring that the work would actually be completed. So I think it would be good if we added like a section about who would actually do these things.
Do you envision that as a separate section or something under the performance indicators, or?
Or it could be even within each one of them. I mean, here you could say the communications committee should develop a plan which would include a target audience. Like we should just know who's taking the action. Otherwise, at the end, we're like, well, I didn't do it. Did you do it? I mean, that's my opinion, but I don't know what other people think.
If you do that, do you have to go back and do that for all the other items though? No.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that the new board should add who they want to be responsible for these things. Otherwise, they just kind of sit out there, and at the end, we're like, yeah, it didn't get done again. So to Jeff's point about does it get done, it probably has a higher chance of getting it done if we give that task to somebody or take on that task, or,
I definitely agree with that, especially because there's a lot of different tasks. No one person or even one group is going to be able to keep track of every, so having it compartmentalized to specialized groups and committees, I think that definitely would help, keep consistent plan moving forward, make sure the strategic plan is consistently worked on.
And there's some that are pretty obvious, like number 2. I mean, we know who's going to be doing that, but yeah, 3 is so broad. I mean, we should even have continued discussions of, is it the committee and how much of it is someone else's responsibility? And at some point in time, it should move away from the committee into kind of that implementation phase and operations phase.
Mhm.
Right.
You know, and the language, you know, we can't say every year continue to develop, because there
Right.
will never be an end.
Right.
What about if you say finish the development of? That put a little
Right.
pressure on some people.
But who would have the pressure?
Well, we could just say director.
Well, that's,
Which
I mean, that's what I'm saying,
I think that's what
you
John
know?
meant, right?
Oh, yeah. Sign me up.
I mean,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, you're totally right. All of these we should say finish on, but I'm just saying without them being tasked to somebody, they don't get done in what I've seen, you know?
Or do you break it down into steps? So that you know, okay, we're done with step A, we got steps B and C left.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe over time too, the first question probably will be, is it you know, staff versus board? That'd be the first simple question.
Yeah.
So you know, looking at number 3, you could rewrite that to read something to the effect of develop a communications plan which includes and then list those items. At least then you can start to check them off.
Mm-hmm.
And if you prioritize them, maybe, you know, people by nature are going to start with A and go to E or whatever. So that would be one way at least to focus the group, rather than, oh, well, let's do the support staff and then do the alumni and then we'll come back to the T. You know, you're not cherry picking. You're basically, we're going to work this and we're going to work through it. So maybe in 1 year we get through two of the 3 or 3 of the 5 groups or whatever. Mm-hmm. At least we know we can check those off then. The next year we can go, okay, now we got that done, so we only need to do these other groups.
Right, because we've had this on this list for what, 3 years, and
Yeah.
obviously we've done something, but right now we'd have to figure it out, and that should be more clear.
Yeah, and, you know, that's frustrating, I think, for the people working on it, because they have made progress, but at the end of the year, you look at it and it's like, well, yeah, we didn't get to check anything off of there.
Mm-hmm. That's also kind of why I was looking at it, and I was looking at this column specifically, and for some of them, they're more concrete than others. But for this one, developing a communications plan, I definitely think that obviously, I mean, we have a communications committee for a reason, and its idea is sort of continuous, you know, not just development, but then review and assessment. But a communications plan, including target audiences, what is the purpose of the communication plan? Like, what is its goal? Because the phrase is a little vague. So sometimes if things aren't done, it's because you don't really know what you're supposed to be achieving. So the communications plan to be developed, like, what is the goal of that? Because then it says messages for each audience, but messages in what context? Like, is it just regular communication? Is it messages about mission and vision? You know what I'm saying? So one of the things I think would be good for new board to delineate is, what do they want the committee to do? Because we've been trying to put out fires this year, left and right. I tell you what, trying to fix and figure out some things that were malfunctioning. So we really haven't devoted a lot of time to developing any additional plan. It's more just been trying to take the pieces that are malfunctioning right now and fix them. So I'm kind of wondering what the intent of that goal is, because then I can try to help, you know, check in with the committee and just say, okay, this is really our larger goal.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the original goal is more of the idea of outreach. So if we're trying to expand, thinking about communication, marketing, that type of thing, I think that was the original intent, more of the goal, because that kind of leads down into the 4th one as well. But we also understood that different groups would need different kind of elements of the marketing. So, I mean, that's just my interpretation. But all right, so far I have 3 kind of general statements that we'll add overall, like list the specific steps and list the specific like thing to be done or accomplishment. And then also to make sure that we have some sort of indicator that talks about how they're finishing, like to weigh it at the end or something like that. So along with all of these, I'll add those 3 like recommendations for the next board. Is there anything else we want to change for number 3? We have an annual review. No, just to develop a communications plan, or did we want to change it?
I think it might be nice just to say to define and develop a community.
Okay. Sounds good.
I think that gives a very clear directive that you have to understand the goal of your communication before you can make a plan around it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep.
Would wanting to implement be too aggressive?
No, I think that would be awesome. Especially because the strategic plan happens over time. So then as parts are, you know, kind of doable and we can rock it out, then we can do that and then focus on the next part.
Okay. So define, develop, and implement a communications plan.
Mhm.
Sound good? All right. All right. And then just to local community instead of Woodbury. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Number 4, develop and communicate a brand for the school, including marketing materials. The communications task force, in tandem with the school expansion committee, will explore areas such as school branding and an outreach plan. And we should do this, but I don't think we have it all.
Yeah, I think actually for certain we haven't addressed this. I think we could be pretty clear about that. And it's hard. It's a very difficult conversation, and hopefully it'll get teed up a little bit more quickly because of the expansion plans. I mean, that in and of itself requires that type of conversation.
Right.
With the same
we
kind
started-
of feedback. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Adam.
I was going to say, would the same kind of language we adopted for number 3 also apply to number 4?
Yes, I think so.
Develop and implement. All right, sounds good. And I think we started some of that. Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, just to build on what Jeff was saying, I think, you know, the work that we're doing for the expansion, where we're trying to pin down why we're expanding, you know, and the things that we want to keep and all of that, if we can just boil that down a little bit more succinctly, I think that would probably translate well into our branding, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that might answer it kind of in terms of who or which group might be best positioned to get it done for the next year. Maybe, I think when we first put this together, it was more on the communication side, but they of course have a lot to deal with. So maybe, you know, just what you said, by definition, it might be a good thing just to wrap it into school expansion for now. It's not a perfect fit, but
then of course maybe
We just
in
need-
cooperation with the communication team, right?
yeah,
Once we
absolutely.
get everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind of getting that first toehold in.
Anybody else? All right, we'll move on to number 5. Enhance and update the database of which scholarships MSA students received, what colleges MSA students attended, and where MSA students volunteered. So I don't know if we have a list of these things or not.
So I could actually speak to the scholarship side of it. I don't know if there's a huge database, but clearly Ms. Gravine does forward things to all the seniors. So I know that's occurring. So at least I'm comfortable that's happening in terms of the how well are we in collecting information about colleges. You know, the kids are certainly Instagramming themselves when they make the choice. I don't know if we collect that in terms of the kind of the graduation scenario. I think that kind of grabs, because in the past we used to state which students went where. Then for the past 2 years, I think we just published the schools that are being attended, because people make different choices. Beyond that, I don't know what we do with that information and if we continue to collect it.
Well, at the graduation, normally they've got in that brochure, bulletin, whatever you call it, they have all of the schools that students are going to. So that, I don't know if that's been collected this year, but normally it is just for graduation. Now, whether or not someone is keeping track of that, that might be another question. But I know there's that. I'm not so sure Emily knows exactly what scholarship students are getting. I know she forwards and sends scholarship information, but I think the idea of this is more what scholarships are they receiving so that we can basically brag on them and brag on the school.
Right. Yeah, good point. I meant to finish my sentence on that one. She does not know all of them. That's only because the students might not have had a chance. So yeah, it would require follow-up, and we probably capture about 75% of that information.
Looking at the MSA page under the counseling departments tab, they have little maps where our MSA graduates now, and they have the 2019 graduates and the 2018 graduates, and there's a little map where it shows like stars for cities. And it shows, universities they're attending. It doesn't say how many are in each location or like personal information, but it's locations of universities that they would be attending. So there's 2019 and 2018. So I think that helps to, address the middle one. But scholarships received and where they volunteered. I know this is going to sound really weird, but why do we need a database of that information? Like of the ones received, not the ones available or the ones that our students can put their, try to apply for, but.
At our school, they say like our kids got a total of this much money in scholarships this year. So then they can say the total number. I don't know why it matters because I don't know how to compare it to any other district because I don't know how much any other district gets, but they always have that total number. So I don't know if that was the reason why it was that, or if we want to say, not only did they go to this college, but they also got a scholarship to this college. So if we're thinking about the marketing of that, I would think that maybe that plays into it.
Okay. And yeah, I guess go ahead, John.
That's typically done when schools are marketing, trying to attract students. They usually will keep track of that and use it as a marketing tool. We don't necessarily have to do that, but that's not to say we won't need to do that in the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, it makes sense from a marketing standpoint. If there's a way we could get regular feedback just in like a Google form or something like that to say, not just the scholarship, there have been, this many 100 scholarships assessed totaling this value. Our students have volunteered across this many organizations as part of our mission, citizens of the future. So those are definitely good things, especially if they're tied to the marketing. So when the marketing plan actually starts, that database is particularly helpful. I was just trying to figure out if that's its purpose, is more marketing.
Yeah.
Okay, for sure.
I also wonder though, I like the idea of a list, if you're a senior or a junior applying for scholarships, right? I think, and you were mentioning that, Michelle. So if I got a list of 50 things, maybe 30 of them I hadn't even thought of applying for. So it might be nice to know that previous years MSA students got this scholarship, then I maybe have a chance as well. I may want to go and register for that one. So.
Well, especially for different universities, because if you're going to a university that's not as common, and we've had MSA students that have gone there and gotten scholarships, at least we're aware of them. Whether you apply for them or not, maybe a different story, but at least you're aware. The worst is, all of a sudden you're graduating going, wow, I really wish I would have known about that scholarship because it would have saved me X number of dollars.
So
Absolutely.
universities is one thing, but there are scholarships that are not tied directly to
Right.
universities as
Yep.
well, right?
Yep.
Yep.
That-
Yeah,
that
and Miss
list would-
Green she does have a list
Okay.
of those. So in
Okay.
fact, most of them are not, the list she has are, most of them are not school related. They are
Okay.
community. Just to mention this, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's because it's kind of a little off, but on the communication, a lot of the stuff we did with the Woodbury community and with graduation, we were working in tandem with the Woodbury Bulletin, right? Because they used to run a story for East Ridge, Woodbury High, and for all the other schools, and they would highlight a handful of the top students. And I don't know if you guys realize, recently the Woodbury Bulletin closed. So the community newspaper, that and actually a few others in the area, I mean, just could not sustain themselves because of falling revenues. So back to the communications committee or who else is going to take over the communicating with the community. This is actually a perfect time because we're going to have to look for a way to do it. There's no local paper anymore.
All right, so it seems like we all think that this is a good idea, so we should continue to have this in the strategic plan. And then, well, of course, the next board will have to figure out who should kind of be in charge of that. It seems like there are some logical people, but as far as collecting the data, and then someone needs to use that data and do something with the data to market to the rest of the community. All right, oh my goodness, that was the last one. That was the last one.
Yeah.
Woohoo! All right, good. All right. Any other questions or concerns then that you had, or comments that you wanted to make about the strategic plan? All right, we'll move on then. All right. The other two things that I had for the workshop today are just some things that I kind of put together, kind of thinking about what's going to happen in the June meeting. So if you look at your overall packet, on page 80, we have the board officer election self-nomination form. So that was, we had talked about that before. So I put that together, and then I also asked all of the officers to kind of contribute a little bit of an explanation of what their roles entailed and about how long, like how much time they spent per week or per month on their role. So I just wanted to make sure that we're just gonna, I just wanted to put this out here and see if there were other things that you wanted to be on here or anything like that. Otherwise, we can approve it later on in the meeting. And so a couple of things to remember, that if you're interested in more than one office, you can rank order them. So if you want to be the chair or the vice chair, you could put one or two. If the teacher or if the chair is a teacher, then the vice chair has to be a non-teacher. And then the opposite is true as well. If the chair is a non-teacher, then the vice chair has to be a teacher. And then when you vote on them, you vote on them in order of descending kind of elements, I guess, I don't know. You would start with the chair first, then the vice chair, then the treasurer, and the secretary. So, you know, if you're interested in two roles, you need to think about that a little bit as far as, you know, if the role you want the most is is lower on the list, not that they're lower upper, but you know, just on the list, you have to think about that. And then on page 81, I also just put like a little spot where people could put like a little blurb if they thought they had some sort of special expertise that they wanted to put out there. They could put that on there as well. And then what I was thinking is that everybody could return the form electronically to me by June 3rd. And then in the future, if the chair was continuing on the board, you would designate somebody who is not running for any office to collect the forms in the future, because you wouldn't want the person collecting the forms if they're running for an office. That would seem not to be probably the best idea. And then if there are no candidates for some of the positions on June 4th, I would kind of like tell all of you, kind of remind you and say, hey, nobody's volunteered to be the secretary yet. You know, will somebody step up and, you know, send in their nomination forms? And then once we're ready to put out the packet for that June meeting, I'll just put all of the self-nomination forms in that packet. And then you guys can vote at the June meeting. But I also wanted to point out that usually when we've done officer elections in the past, we've always just done them like a private ballot. You know, you just write your name on the little sheet of paper, and then the chair or whoever's acting chair at that point does the counting. But obviously, since we're doing it remote, you'll have to vote by a roll call for that officer election. So that's a little bit different. So I just wanted you to be aware of that as well. So those are just my overall kind of guidelines, or my overall kind of thinking about this process when I put the form together. So is there any discussion or things that need to be changed, or ideas, or?
Actually, I'd like a little feedback on what people think about doing the roll call for votes on the officer positions. Are there any thoughts? Do we keep it the old way? Or, I mean, for a second, just kind of ignoring the technology, and we'd have to put together a way to do it. Do people feel comfortable, and is that okay? And
But would it be possible to, and I'm not saying either way, but I mean, can we chat? Just use the chat function and it goes to one person?
So that's actually that was actually my suggestion. Use a chat or email. You'll have to remember, you'll have to remember to chat, and of course choose, the private, because some people forget and they end up, chatting to everyone.
But I mean, does that still follow our open meeting laws? I mean, in the past it would have been private, and now if it's still private via chat, is that okay?
I don't know. I tried to look it up to find out, and it just says that when you do any votes, that when people are via remote, you have to do a roll call vote. So I couldn't find any exceptions, but I couldn't find any evidence like that when we weren't, like last year when we did our elections, we just did it by private vote. I don't know if that was better or worse, or if that's even really acceptable. Like, it doesn't say yes or no, like that I could find to any of those questions.
Is somebody recording the Zoom meeting? Because do you also record the chat? Because that could be a nice way to keep track of it, is whoever is tallying the votes would have a little section of everybody's vote, right?
Yeah. So
the way I understand it is that if anything in chat comes up in the transcript at the end, I don't know if you're not recording it, if it's still preserved that way. That I don't know.
Actually, I believe you have to record what happens. I've actually retrieved chats, and what happens is when you record, there's a Zoom file with 3 or 4 files. One is audio only, one is video. And if you do chat, there's a chat file, and you open it up, and it literally lists all the conversations that were going on. All the conversations that I've ever had were to everyone in the group, but I assume you'll be able to pick out, individual messages and whatnot. We should be able to tally that. And to Julie's point, we'll hopefully be able to have a paper copy or something that we can store.
But I don't know if we need one, but I'm just saying, I think chat is at least as good as a piece of paper passed around from years past, right? So.
And we may all agree to do the roll call, and you guys would be all comfortable. I just wanted to be the one, since I have, no skin in the game, just saying, is that something everyone would feel comfortable with? Because maybe no one will bring it up because they are in fact uncomfortable voting.
True, and it might be kind of hard for the new members that are seated.
Yeah.
They may not want to put themselves out there like that, not being fully familiar with maybe, I don't know, procedures and what's going on and all that kind of stuff. I guess I would, it's a good point that you raised, Jeff. And I think if there's a way we can do it without having to do it in roll call, maybe we should look at that.
I think that would help people's feelings, right? I mean, people could get their feelings hurt if you think you got a friend voting for you and they vote another way. I mean, it's better if you just don't know, I think, right? Then you feel more open and honest with what your real vote is.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll report the final number, of course.
Yeah,
and that in and of itself is, could be good or bad, but, if we don't attach names to it, then you're right. I hadn't even thought about the scenario of specific people, their expectations, right? we shouldn't have that.
So you guys want to be able to vote in chat. Is that what I'm hearing in the chat feature?
Yeah, and I don't know, Lisa, if with you going off, if you would be a one that could help tally or however, I mean, you could nominate whoever, but somebody who maybe is not running, like you mentioned. We'd all
Lisa,
send a message to that person.
Yeah, it would have to be someone who wasn't running, and then, because Lisa, you'd be off the board by then, right? Because the new members would be seated. I'm wondering if our note taker could be the tallier, or I don't know.
Well, you can just have whoever's running it, except when, like, whoever is going to, probably Judy will be the acting chair. And so she can do all of the tallying unless she's running for one of the positions. Then for that one, she needs to have someone else do it. And I always thought it's good to have two people do it. So like if Judy and Michelle did it, as long as they weren't running for any of the positions, or for the, if they were running for one position, they could do it for all the other ones or something like that, so that you could be consistent. And so like, honestly, it's kind of up to Judy, because I assume she'll be the acting chair because she's the only officer left. It's kind of up to her to figure out. But I also just wanted to like point that out, because like, you know, Ken had a conversation with me like, hey, this is what you're going to have to do. So, you know, then we kind of knew it beforehand. And so I just tried to think of like all the issues that we would have to kind of deal with. So
Let me give it some thought.
Well, and Judy, we didn't mean to necessarily set you afloat. So during the board meeting, like pages 78 and 79, Lisa and I actually, mostly Lisa, we just kind of threw out our ideas on various options to, I mean, literally down to the, you know, this is when this person steps off, this is when we vote, this is when you take over for the vote. It's in greater detail. So if you look at the board packet, there's like 2 pages that'll give you some material to work with, Judy.
Right. And so I thought also I put that together because I thought you guys might want to choose today which process you're going to do, because some of them are probably better than other ones. Like, you know, you don't want to have a process where Jeff's still on the board and he's voting for his replacement. Or you don't want to probably have Jeff on the board and have him vote for the new officers, and then he steps down after that. So it's not just the simple process of having the new election. You also have to fit in there when Jeff is going to resign and when you're going to accept his letter of resignation, and how all of those different steps are going to work out. So, you know, kind of what I kind of thought was option number 1, and then Jeff kind of filled in a few things on there too. But there are some other options on there as well. But I didn't know, I thought it might be easier if you decided ahead of time, or at least kind of mostly agreed on one option, so nobody was like, wait, what's going on? But it is up to you guys to decide. So.
Well, it's not just not to catch people off guard, it's to inform the person that will be most likely to run the meeting until everyone is seated.
Right. Yeah.
Just to throw it back to other things, if chat won't work, or if you want to have something made ahead of time, you could send out like a Google Forms vote. And if somebody had 2 positions, their name would be in 2 different things, but then it would be null and void. But then you could send it out there and it would only still be going to that one person. Or you could have it go to 2 people. You could have a shared form, like 2 collaborators. So then instead of a chat option, you could do it that way too. And it's still documented. You can still save all the results and see the timestamps and everything.
Would you have to do it during the meeting, or could you do it before the meeting?
It would depend. You could have, you know, if a person if you had all of the interest things ahead of time and they were in the packet, in the board packet for that day, you could send out the Google Forms vote ahead of time. And so then it would just be the results, or you could do it during the meeting itself, because it would be contingent upon the result of one versus the second if somebody's running for 2 positions.
Well, and
you take a second.
I don't think you could do it beforehand, because you would want to have all of the new board members seated, and they couldn't act beforehand.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Well-
I spoke, but they would have a chance if the new board members or the seated board members should still get the email with the board packet. So they would at least have a
Right.
chance to review the statements ahead of time.
Right. Yeah.
And
And I'm
then,
certain-
they're fast.
Right.
Well,
And I'm
for
gonna
a
send out
form,
Go ahead,
all
Noah.
you need is just like an open text box.
Mhm.
And so just, in fact, like I would even probably use the same form. And then like there might be a drop down, which would be what position you're voting for. And so you start with chairman, and then it says type in who you're voting for. And so then you don't have to have any options. And then when you hit submit, you can even have it like click here to submit another form. So then you can even reuse the same form. You just pick the next position you're voting on and then type in who you're doing for that. So you could very easily do a form that you wouldn't necessarily have to be like, oh, I pick this one out of these 4. It just type in the name of whoever you're voting for.
And in that sense too, if it's allowable, then you wouldn't have any accidental send chat to everyone instead of single person or things like that. It's only going to go to the people who created it, the person or people, the collaborator or collaborators.
Mhm.
I don't know. So if it's legal, it would be an easy way, and you can link it to a spreadsheet so that your data collection of proof that it was voted on during the meeting, and you know what I mean? There's timestamps and everything. So if it's legal, you'd be able to prove that vote happened during the meeting.
Yeah, if you look at our past process, it's no worse in terms of record keeping for our past processes too. So, and we end up destroying the slips of paper, and really the minutes count, and that's it. And that's really the only record we have. But I like Noah's suggestion. That seems, I'd have to walk through it, see how that is, but that sounds like a good idea.
So it's really up to you guys. So you have to kind of decide. And I mean, if that's the way that you want to go, it's like through a Google form. Who wants to make the Google forms, and who wants to then be the collector and the counter, because you'll have to do all of that then during the board meeting.
We would need 2, I would imagine, just in
Mhm.
case. Or
Could we
try to double
could we
check.
have I think it was your suggestion, Judy. I mean, like someone else. I mean, like could we have the reporter do it, manage that piece of it, the collection? I mean, you can help with the counting and everything, but she could be in the background managing the document.
Yes.
Yeah, it's up to
I
you
don't know.
guys.
I don't know.
I think she would be a good one to at least have a role in the process, just so that she can keep track of what's going on. Because it seems like there's a lot that we're doing when we're meeting, and she's really good at keeping track of what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to run the meeting, run the election, and also tally the votes electronically. That'll be very tough. So,
Yeah. I like the idea of the Google form. I was sort of looking at the chat thing. I think it would be tricky to get. I don't know that you can do more than one person privately. I was sort of playing around with that. If we did the Google form, then we could loop in the new members who are seated, and whatever Noah said sounded good. I don't know. And I don't know how to make it into a spreadsheet, Michelle. That's all you. But maybe we could,
I'll tell you, the chat is prone to mistakes. People tend to send a chat to everyone when they meant to be private. It happens all the time. So even though we're focused on trying to send our vote to one particular person to tally, the chances of a mistake and accidentally sending it to everyone is probably rather high.
all right. Michelle, do you want to work together on maybe putting a form together, and then we can loop our note taker in on that, and maybe tee it up that way for the election process?
Yep, sounds
What do you
good.
think? Okay.
I'm going to, I'm looking at the state statute, and I don't want to throw a wrench in anything, but the statute specifically states all votes are conducted by roll call. So each member's vote on each issue can be identified and recorded. So I'm going to check with Eugene Piccolo and Max to see if there's any variation, but I don't believe there is. Because he stated this repeatedly when all kinds of board issues have come up. He's basically repeated this statute verbatim. So we may have to do it by roll call.
So how does that then, I guess I'm just thinking out loud, how, because in the past, if we voted just on officer positions by private ballot, what changes?
Because this is by electronic means, there's a specific statute for that.
I know.
When it's by telephone or other electronic means. It's either that or you have to be in person.
All right.
Well, I know it's not exactly the same, but you can have on the form and require like even an MSA email so that when they submit it, that email is attached and that would be a part of our records. So it's not, I guess that technically wouldn't be roll call, but in some ways you are still attaching, you can still attach a name to that vote.
Right, and I can understand that the concept behind a roll call vote, if this was like a telephonic meeting, when it's just a bunch of voices coming out of a telephone and then you don't necessarily know who's speaking. I get it.
Well, I'll check with Eugene to see if there's any updates with that, but.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you ask him, will you ask to see whether or not because it says vote with roll call, could we have our Google form and simply say, I voted? You know, so like I filled out the form, I voted.
I think
Like
the
that you're
idea,
indicating yes.
I mean, I think the idea is that if we do a Google form and all those things, it seems secret to the public who would be watching. Whereas if the public is in watching you count like little sheets of paper, they can see, oh, you know, you put 1, 2, 3, 4 down in this pile, 1, 2, 3 in this pile. And so even though it's a secret ballot, as far as you don't know who voted for, you know, which officer, you can at least see the process. Whereas here, if we were doing a Google form, all we know is at the end, 3 people voted for this person and 5 people voted for that person or whatever. And it seems like nothing was done in the public view. So I think about it being an open meeting, that's where I think the violation or the potential violation is, because the public can't see the process.
I think it's more about identification than fraud. I think it's, you know, if we just said an I or whatever, people can get into an electronic, you know, phone call or even a Zoom meeting and you hear the voice and you hear no nos or whatever, it gets kind of goofy.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we can cover all the bases, but you know, the rule might be very specific and that's it. So I think to John's point,
We can do it by
know.
Kahoot. Then it's live, the live results.
There we go. You know, but Eugene will have some sense. Was it meant
Right.
to be absolute, or was that kind of the suggestion? Because when they came up with that suggestion, there were only a handful of ways to do it, and no one contemplated Zoom.
Right. Well, to your point, Jeff, the second part of that subdivision is so, you know, it says all votes are conducted by roll call, comma, so each member's vote on each issue can be identified and recorded. Mm-hmm. So basically they want to be able to record each member's vote and who voted what way.
Mm-hmm.
That's an issue that Gene will love to dig into, so give him a call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I have a meeting with them tomorrow morning at 9:30, so it'd be a perfect time to bring it up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Put an example of the possible form in the chat if you just want to look at it, but you don't have to do anything with it now.
Okay. And then I also wanted to know for the June board meeting, I assume you will want me to invite the new board members to the board meeting, but obviously, I mean, I'll have to invite all of them, but not the new ones, the ones that are running for Jeff's position. So, because I'm going to have to send out an email and get some of them to step forward and, take his position on. I assume that you're going to want to talk to them, like ask questions, so I should invite them to the Zoom meeting so that they'll be here. So then you can talk to them. They'll put out a statement. The statement will be in the packet. And then once you vote for them, and I don't know how you want to vote for them because they're going to be here in the Zoom meeting with you. I don't know how you want to do that either. If it has to be a roll call vote, then obviously it has to be that way. Otherwise, if you're doing a Google form, you have to make sure that all of those new people don't have access to the Google form or whatever. So, but you want them to be here, I assume, because you want to talk to them and you want them to vote for the new officers, unless you're not going to seat them until the August meeting or the July meeting. So I don't know what you guys want for that either.
Judy, as the host of this Zoom meeting, do you have the ability to deafen any individual users so they cannot hear or speak?
Can't you put them in the waiting room?
Yeah, waiting room. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's a feature of
Maybe?
other applications. That's why I ask.
That's a good point, because on all the other applications I use, the host has those types of controls.
Let's see.
So
Feel
you could
free to
turn
put
off
me
I
in a
can.
waiting room to
Let's.
test.
Yes, I think I can. Yes, I think I can. Adam.
Now I'm not sure we should have
Yep,
given
there he
her
goes.
that control now. Look at what happens.
Adam, can you hear us?
Mhm.
Sorry about
I'm
that, Adam.
No worries.
Mhm.
Adam, on the screen from this side, it showed a little cartoon figure punting you across the field.
Cool. So I'm Charlie Brown.
Absolutely. It's good that you didn't feel it.
So that could be the mechanic that we use in order to do the same thing as if we were in person, is have those individuals then temporarily leave the meeting once the board has concluded their discussion, then invite them back in. The problem, though, now that I'm starting to say some of this out loud, is that we are also simultaneously broadcasting to YouTube. So those individuals could just go to YouTube and listen to our discussion there. Unless we stop it or do something in order to cease the broadcast temporarily and then resume once that discussion is complete.
I wouldn't overcomplicate things. I mean, you might mention that that's the case, and just please don't do that. And I'd be, I would feel comfortable that people would abide by that rule.
Well, I mean, on the other hand, if they were sitting here physically, we've done it both ways, where we've asked them to leave and then voted, but we've also just kept them in the room and voted too. So I don't, and we've done it without any of them being here either and sitting them at the next meeting. So there's a variety of ways that you can do it. I just don't know what you want to do.
Well, in one of the options on kind of progressing to the new board and officers, didn't we put an option, Lisa, that said we wanted to seat my replacement so that they can vote on the officers also?
That was one of the options. Yeah. Yep.
So that's a consideration.
That's the first one, right?
Yeah, I think that might have been our recommended option, thinking
Right. Yep.
Everyone that's new ought to have a say in the next board.
Right.
I think that's appropriate.
Right.
Yep.
Makes sense.
But then that guides what we can or can't do in terms of holding this election and waiting and all that other stuff. It complicates things.
Right. So I don't know if you want to vote on an option during the board meeting, or if you just want Judy to decide the options, should she'll be the chair, but I wanted to at least give you guys some ideas to think about here. On the agenda, I have that we would approve one, but it's really up to you guys.
I think it makes sense to approve a procedure so we know what we're doing and we can streamline the process.
Right.
So I agree with that idea.
Okay.
And once again, so just kind of the philosophy of what we thought was the best option, hopefully option one, was to allow my replacement and all the new board members to, of course, vote for the new officers. That was kind of the guiding principle. So it looks really tedious and all the steps are kind of goofy, but at the end of the day, it was meant to achieve that goal. And to get Jeff or me and, just off early so that people that come in don't have to sit through a whole board meeting and then be seated. I think we've done that before, and that's kind of an odd way to do it. So it can be appropriate for us to step off as quickly as possible and put in people as quickly as possible.
And this would be done right in that number 11, the first thing where it talks about discussion and decision. So you would go through all of the updates, you would go through the consent agenda, and then this would be the first part of that. So, I mean, unless something happens between now and the next meeting and there's some reason why it should be moved down that list, but I'm not sure what that would be.
So I like the principle of having the kind of the new board deciding, because then you kind of live with your decisions, right? But then I'm also a little bit torn because we're asking the new people to vote on, positions on people that they don't have any idea, right? For the most part, unless they know folks already, then they're just going to be, that guy smiled nice or this lady looks pretty. I mean, it's just kind of a silly reason on how you're going to vote because, so I like it. I'm not saying no, but it's also difficult as a new person seating, who do you vote for so quickly, right?
I think as long as we have the statements from the individuals interested, I think that gives them some insight.
Yeah.
Or at least, it's the best middle ground.
Yeah, I can certainly send all of those board statements to all of the people that are potential candidate or who have said that they were interested.
I think that would help because
read that beforehand.
Yeah, because I think the new board members that have already voted, they should be, I'm assuming, already getting the information maybe. But these ones that would replace Jeff could be completely new, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right. They won't find out until that meeting.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. So I'll invite them to the Zoom meeting as well then. So obviously the new officers are the new people, and then all of the potential people that could take Jeff's spot, I'll invite them as well. And then you can just have them in the waiting room or the waiting room until it becomes time for them to enter. Right? Okay. And then Michelle and Judy are going to work on the Google form, and John's going to check with Eugene to see if we can go that route or not. All right. Are there any other questions or any other concerns that you have about the elections? No? All right. So it's 6:03. So why don't we take a short break here so that we can make sure that we actually are back and that we start the meeting on time at 6:15. So, because of course we're having the stakeholders meeting today and we have quite a few things to discuss. So I'll see you back in a few minutes. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right, looks like we're still waiting for a few people to get back. All right, I think that's everyone. All right. So welcome to our annual stakeholders meeting, everyone. So I'd like to just say thank you for attending and thank you for taking some time from your schedule to listen to kind of some of the updates about MSA and also try to figure out maybe where we're say thank you for attending. Oh, I'm getting a bunch of feedback. All right, we'll try it again, I guess. So, okay, thanks. All right, so welcome to the stakeholders meeting, and thanks for spending some time with us tonight. The first thing that we do at every meeting, of course, I make the call to order by the chair, and then we have our student representative read our mission and our vision. So, Ms. Wong, if you would like to read that for us.
Sure. Our mission is we provide accelerated curricula in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science, and our vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence that creates well-rounded lifelong learners and global citizens.
All right, thank you so much. The next thing we do is, of course, take attendance, just like in class, I guess. And since it is a live meeting or a remote meeting, we do, of course, have to do that by roll call. So Lisa Anderson, yes, I'm here. Jeff?
Here.
Noah?
Here.
Judy?
Here.
Thomas?
I'm here.
Cody?
Here.
Dan?
Here.
Michelle?
Here.
Adam?
Here.
All right, and then our non-voting members, of course, we have Emily,
Here.
and she's here, and Mr. G.
Present.
All right, sounds good. And then I don't think that Steve is here tonight. So he's our financial manager. Okay. All right, so the next thing that we have to do is approve the agenda.
Do you have the agenda?
Yes, it's on the website.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize my mic was not muted.
Oh, okay. Or otherwise, Tom, if you come in this room, I have some extra ones. You can come in here and get one. I have a whole packet, Tom, you can get. All right. So the next thing we have to do then is to approve the agenda. And so I think that we need to make a change to the agenda, just because when we look at the staff handbook, I don't know if we had time to look at the staff handbook because we didn't get it until pretty late today. Do you guys feel like you've had time to read through the staff handbook so that we could make a determination?
I have not.
I have not seen it yet.
All right, so I think maybe should I change it to having an update on the staff handbook? Does that seem better, like a better fit? I don't think we can approve it tonight since it's 140 pages. And I think that will have some repercussions on the rest of our items of discussion as well. So like if we don't approve the staff handbook, then I don't think that we can approve any of the contracts either.
What would prevent us from approving the contracts if we don't have the staff handbook set?
So when you give the contracts, in order to give a contract, one of the stipulations is you have the staff handbook. At that point in time, when you sign that contract, you are agreeing to basically abide by what's in the staff handbook. And if the staff handbook is not approved, then once it is approved, we have to go back to each individual member and have them re-sign their contracts. If they don't sign the contract, Then we have a little legal conundrum. We would basically have to void or cancel their contract and then reoffer them a new contract. Becomes a kind of a sticky, legality wise, they're agreeing to a contract under different terms than somebody else that would be agreeing to an updated staff handbook. That staff handbook's a legal document, part of their contract.
So then are we looking at a special meeting before the June meeting? Because I'm assuming we're going to want contracts in place before the June meeting, or it doesn't matter?
Well, we have the June 1st meeting already set up, so I was thinking we could do it then. I don't know if does it have to be like before a certain date, John?
No, I mean, the contracts, we can't offer them really until we get the handbook approved, so.
Right.
And everybody's, not everybody's, the teaching staff's contracts go through the end of the school year. I've already sent out notices to those members that are being retained and those being released. So everybody's aware of their status. It's just a matter of waiting for the formal documentation to come through. The other part of that is by June 1st, we should have an idea of how many paraprofessionals will be retaining, because there will have to be a reduction in our staffing because we don't have the need. So doing it on June 1st, although not really desirable, is doable.
All right. So I guess my recommendation is that we would change A to an update about the staff handbook. So at least we could hear where in the process we are in the staff handbook. And then I think that we would have to get rid of B and C, right? Can we approve the sub rates and hourly rates of pay without the handbook, John?
Yes, those we can do.
Okay, so we just have to get rid of C then.
That's correct. Yep,
okay.
That would have to wait.
Okay, so A will be an update about the staff handbook. B will be approve the sub rates and hourly rates of pay. C becomes the graduation update. D becomes the senior party update. The COVID update is E. Fall planning is F. Math curriculum changes is G. Approved self-nomination form is H. Approved new board composition process is I. The final board summaries is J. I can remember the alphabet. And to approve the strategic plan, that would be K. Does that seem okay with everybody? All right, is there a motion to approve the amended agenda?
Just wait, before we do that, there's one other change that I saw under number 5, approval of the minutes. I don't have the May 14th minutes done yet, so they can't be subject to approval. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. I had them listed that they weren't in the packet, but thank you for reminding me.
Yep.
All right, sounds good. Yeah. All right, anything else?
We don't have that June 1st meeting on under 14.
Okay. So 14, C should be June 1st. All right.
So do we need to do anything special to just say that we're going to approve those minutes? Was it the May 14th minutes in the next meeting, or is it not a big deal?
We can just put them in the next meeting. On June 1st, we can approve them at that meeting.
Okay.
Or in the regular June meeting, either way.
And that's fine. I just don't want to forget. Yep. That's all.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
What time was the meeting on June 1?
I don't have it in front of me. Is it 6 o'clock that we decided?
I thought we said 5.
Okay.
That's what I had written down.
Okay, 5 o'clock. All right, any other additions or changes to the agenda? All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda, the amended agenda?
So moved as amended.
That was Adam. Is there a
Yes.
second?
I will second.
That's Michelle. All right, and we'll take the roll call vote of voting for the agenda. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, so the motion passes 9-0. All right, thank you. All right, and then the next part of any of our regular board meetings is that we usually have an open agenda. And so I ask for people to send in emails or to talk to me about anything that they had. And so we did have one email. I had one letter. And so I'll just read that to the board right now, or to the community. So it is dated May 18th. And it says, "Dear Chairperson Anderson and members of the MSA Board of Directors, good evening. I see that you have on the agenda fall planning, and I look forward to hearing how MSA is beginning to plan for the contingencies to the opening of school next fall during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is an issue that will have major implications for teaching and learning next school year, with either in-school classes, distance learning, or a hybrid of both. And I hope that the MSA board and superintendent advisor intend to develop, guide, and communicate that process. Hearing from the director earlier this month that planning would begin in July, I'm concerned that we are not moving swiftly enough to do the following. 1, gather information from the MSA community, including parents, teachers, students, and administration groups regarding their ideas and concerns about possible learning environments for the fall. 2, give us ample time, especially as teachers in the summer, to meet and compare for whatever contingencies may be in place. Our neighboring school district, with whom we share transportation, has already started the discussion and developed a planning process that I hope either the MSA board or administration is monitoring. While I understand further decision-making process will need to be made after we receive government and health guidelines, I hope tonight that the board will outline a tentative timeline and strategy for gathering data, decision-making, and timely communication to the MSA stakeholders regarding the opening of school next fall. And sincerely, Sherry Howe, MSA teacher. So I hope that those are questions that we'll be trying to address later on in the meeting as well. And so that was the only thing that I received for open forum. So I just wanted to kind of let you know, open forum, sometimes we have things that we can address right at the meeting. Sometimes they come later. So just so that you kind of know that as well. All right. The next thing then that we have to do is approve the minutes. So is there a motion to approve the regular April 20th board workshop and regular meeting notes? Those are on page 4.
So moved.
All right, that was Noah.
This is Noah, yeah.
Is there a second?
I can second. This is Dan.
Okay, Dan, thank you. All right. Are there any questions or just questions or concerns or anything? All right, so let's vote on the approval of the minutes then. So first of all, Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes then 9-0. Thank you. All right, and then the next thing then that we have is the chair's report. Yep, the chair's report. So usually I don't really give a chair's report because usually I feel like most of the stuff that we talk about or that I would talk about are things that we all are working on or other people are working on. But I think that it's really important for us to take a minute to congratulate the school from the board itself, to say congratulations to the school for, of course, obtaining the #1 school in the state again. And I think it really kind of goes back to that idea of what our mission and our vision are about. And at the beginning of every board meeting, we have those things read to us. And I think it just shows that we really take the time and effort to make sure that we're following through with those. I think the fact that, you know, when you think about the mission, that we provide accelerated curricula in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science, We work really hard to do that. And it's easy to point at the capstone to say, yeah, our students have to get through calculus and physics, but it doesn't just start there. That rigorous curriculum starts in 6th grade. And it's the fact that we provide the commitment and make sure that students are learning certain skill sets, and that those skill sets build upon each other as they move into different grades. And once they have those set of skills, then they can really look at that content when they get into high school and really have that, you know, kind of in-depth understanding. And so I think that that's a big part of what we know kind of to be true about our school. And we know that we're providing, you know, kind of this amazing type of learning. And like, we know for 2 reasons, because at the end, we are getting these great scores, but we also know at the beginning, we're getting a bunch of people that want to come here. So we know that what's happening at MSA is successful. And so I just want to take, you know, a quick minute then to say thank you to all of the different members of the community, whether it be the administration, the teachers and the staff, the parents and the students as well. And if I miss anybody, of course, you're all welcome for all that you do. So thanks so much for your hard work. So I just want to take a minute to do that. The next thing then is the director's report.
Rather than go through the report, the only thing I would like to kind of echo the chair's comments about the MSA community. As I talk and listen to other directors from other schools and listen to the superintendents during the MDE calls, it becomes very apparent to me that MSA is an extremely unique community. And that, to me, that all is a direct reflection on the parents, the students, and the staff. We have over 95% attendance rate in our distance learning. And there are other schools, there's schools in this state that are contemplating calling school because their attendance rate is close to 10 to 15%. The students have basically already checked out. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware, at least that's listening, that we do it the MSA way, which I am extremely proud of. And that it really is a combination of everybody that's involved. We haven't really had to update our distance learning plan at all, other than some minor tweaks. And that's a direct reflection of all the people that were involved in developing that plan. So I just would like to really echo that, you know, we are academically the #1 state in Minnesota and one of the top ones in the nation. And not just academics, it extends more to that. And I think it's a lot of it is the commitment. So I just would like to thank everybody for all their hard work. It's, you know, it can go on, but it takes everybody. It really does to make this work. So yeah, my total gratitude. I'll stop there.
All right, then we're on to the student representative update.
Yep, so I didn't really have anything to include in the update this month.
Sounds good, thank you. All right, then we're on to the reports from the board committees and task force. So the first one is from academics, and so that is on page 25 of your packet. So academics met earlier in May, and so we talked about how we could help some of the students who were struggling as far as if they weren't passing classes, what were some other things that we could do to, you know, help them along and so forth. So we came up with a couple of different strategies for that. We also talked about distance learning and kind of thinking about how we can make sure that kids are actually being successful and that we're not holding them, you know, that we're not punishing them if they're struggling because of distance learning. So we came up with a couple of different strategies for that as well. Also based on kind of the government's recommendation, we also are putting a COVID delineation on the transcript, and it's pretty much what everyone is doing. It's the same language. My husband's also a teacher. He has like the exact same language on his, and I know that Woodbury is doing the same thing. So that idea of, you know, to make sure that everyone remembers that grades this year may have some, you know, may not be true a true representation of what a student was able or unable to do because of COVID. We also talked about PSEO grades because some PSEO institutions are using pass-fail. So of course we want to honor that as well. I mean, we have to use pass or fail, but the idea then was how does it affect their GPA? And we said, of course, that it wouldn't affect their GPA at all. So there would be no issues about that. Let's see. We're still working on the eligibility policy. We should be done with that for the next meeting in June. And that was really, oh, there are a couple of things about like MSA tours as far as, you know, what we're going to do for students who are coming into the school, you know, trying to put together some sort of kind of virtual tour for them, and what we're going to do for like the 6th grade orientation and for the new 9th grade orientation. So we're trying to figure out some strategies for that. And then, of course, the placement exams for like math and Spanish, they're working on a couple of different options for those things. We also talked about whether we wanted to move to one learning platform. And it seemed like a lot of people kind of were in favor of that. Like we haven't voted or anything like that, but we also talked about it then at the staff meeting as well, like what people kind of, you know, were thinking, because it probably would be easier for the students and for the parents if we were all on one learning platform. But we're having a discussion about that, and we're also trying to think about which learning platform it would be, and then would there be like some training and things like that to go along with that, so that the staff could be would know how to operate those systems. I think that was mostly all for academics. So the next academics meeting is on June 1st at 8 a.m. The next one is annual fund.
Lisa, just one quick question.
Oh, yeah.
On the one platform, what would the process be if that were the direction it should go? Because, you know, we don't know what's going to happen in the fall, but that is a decision that might be impacted by what happens in the fall. So how would we go about making that decision, and can it in fact be implemented quickly, or is it something that takes quite a long time?
I'm going to defer to Mr. G because we did talk about it at the staff meeting. And so I'm not sure what kind of the results of that were. And the academics meeting was before the staff meeting. So I'll let him talk about that.
I'm sorry, Jeff, could you repeat that? I was trying to write down a note.
No problem. Just asking a question on, say, next steps for the one platform, getting a sense of timeline, decision-making process, because, you know, obviously we don't know what's going to happen in the fall, but this decision would impact what we do in preparation for the fall. If in fact it's a solid decision and we want to or think it should be implemented, is that something we should shoot for as in a quick implementation, or is this such a long-term deal that, you know, it would take forever to, you know, I'm just getting a sense of the nature of your thought process on this and implementation.
Through the staff discussion, there was a considerable amount of staff members that were concerned with going to one platform. So what we are going to do is meet together with them and kind of hammer that out, and then review those survey results. The majority of staff members want to go to one platform, with the idea that they don't have to eliminate a secondary platform. So, you know, is that really, you know, then that brings up the philosophical question, is that really going to one platform if you're utilizing a secondary platform? But I think there's the majority of people would like to go to one platform, but there are some very valid arguments not to go to that because it doesn't meet what certain classes need. So those are, you know, things that we still have to iron out over the summer before. You know, ideally, we'd like to be able to roll something out at the beginning of the school year, provided we can hammer out what that looks like. And it may not be 100% one platform. It may be something like 80%, and then those select classes that it doesn't work, we look at that as the secondary platforms that those classes are looking at. Maybe their primary ones, but they could still utilize parts of the platform that everybody else is using.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, we've talked about this in the past. Nothing like a, big issue to tee up, and tee up action. And yeah, I just hope we have enough time to make that decision. Hopefully, of course, a thoughtful decision. But it would seem to help students, and they are looking for as much help as they can get in terms of distance learning. So,
well, and I think it also helps the parents as well. I think the students can learn the platforms quicker than the parents can. Sorry to say, just because they're more
that's yeah, no, I would agree with that assessment 100% as a parent.
Yeah, they've kind of grown up with it their entire lives, whereas some of us have not had that opportunity. So I think parental wise, I think that would be very helpful for them to be able to support their students in the school that much more if we can streamline it, even if we can get it down to 2 platforms. And then if your student doesn't have those certain classes that require that other platform, they may only have 1. So
great, thanks.
More to come.
And I would just add that probably teachers would feel more comfortable if they knew that there was going to be significant training. Like my kids can attest that I always need more help with technology, and I've used Google Classroom for a long time. So just to make sure that we get the training that we need with whatever system or systems we decide to go to, I think would probably make the staff feel a little bit more like relaxed about the idea of going to one. So, all right, thank you. All right, so then moving on to the annual fund, and so that's Mr. Langseth.
Yeah, so minutes for AFC is on page 31. And so you can see there what we discussed. Certainly things changed a little bit because one of the things we're in charge of is Dragon Dinner, or whatever you want to call it. And while that was going to be kind of alongside the carnival, we canceled the carnival. So we won't have any additional funds coming in from that. And along with that, we also canceled the silent auction part because there was discussion, well, you could still technically do that because it was online, but we just felt that it made more sense with people possibly in different financial situations. We just weren't going to worry about it. So we canceled that. So we had about $3,300 in funds that we just needed to allocate. And so we allocated those towards Justin and technology. And he sent out an email to staff just to see if there were any immediate needs that staff needed for to support distance learning. And then any of those funds that weren't used. We actually also went back and awarded some of the grant requests that had been denied earlier just because we didn't have enough money for them. And then we actually kind of reapproved some of those. But then Justin will spend the rest of the money on laptops or whatever he needs. So that was our AFC meeting.
Noah, normally we would have made some money, I assume, with the donations and the Dragon Dinner. So aren't we going to be short? It sounds like we have some extra. How does that work?
Overall, we, so I don't remember off the top of my head what we were going to allocate the rest, any extra money that we had. And that kind of, as we come up to the Dragon Dinner, is one of those decisions that we make. So whatever money we make, what are we going to spend that towards? And that's always the tricky one because Dragon Dinner tends to be later in the year, and then we have to spend it before June 30th. So you have to spend it and get whatever materials or whatever on campus. So, so that's something we didn't have to worry about. I think we had some ideas with technology, and actually the funds, most of the funds that we had to reallocate were actually towards transportation. And so we kind of were going to have some transportation grants because this year transportation funds actually increased because we lost access to South Washington County buses for things other than just normal transportation. So field trip stuff, they were basically like, we're only going to do our own because we only have enough bus drivers and whatnot to do our own stuff. So so because of that, our costs for busing went up. So we had some grants we were going to give out and actually had approved, but those things didn't happen. So like the bowling or the bowling field trip, we were going to give money towards that. And then we had, I think, probably like a music thing, and then possibly for a Valley Fair trip, we were going to give money for. So all of those things that we were going to give some money to, we didn't because they didn't happen. But we do normally have some extra money at the end of the year. We kind of figure out where it's going to go before it happens. So whether it would have been this meeting or a previous meeting, that we actually would have decided where that money went. But it was something we didn't have to worry about because we knew it wasn't going to happen.
So one more follow-up question on that. So I think this year is an exception, but the kids kind of look forward to these field trips and whatnot. So I'm just wondering, right, if we save the money this year, let's say you're in 6th grade, you can't do it, or 7th grade, would we consider doing something for them as a 7th grader? Seniors, sorry, Jeff, seniors were kind of out. We don't have control to help anymore. But I mean, we still have the 7th graders and the 8th graders. Would we ever look at doing some sort of makeup like that?
Oh, that certainly is a possibility. That's not really something AFC in particular, and at least for the money piece, it's something that we've got to spend by June 30th. But that's just going to be up to the school and the staff members, whether they offer a makeup field trip or whatever. I think that's kind of going to be something that certainly is on our mind as we go forward as teachers. But I will say it's not the primary thing on our minds right now.
I really hate to be a killjoy about this, Dan, but I think your likely answer is no. The field trips that were planned are specific to grades and curriculum. And as unfortunate, I had to cancel my planned one for AP Psych and stuff. But next year I won't have the same students. And if you try to double up the number of students on a field trip because they missed the one the year before, it's prohibitively expensive. It's super, super sad. And I hate to say it, but I think the most likely answer is no, unless it was a multi-grade field trip. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. But I mean, we have so many of these stories where it's all just bad news. So I was just trying to think, is there something that we could do that would actually, we could help counteract some of that? Yeah. Okay.
So Noah, I mean, just using this as an example, we probably doubled our bus budget for track, but then track got canceled, and same with badminton. So did that actually leave us with a little more money than we anticipated, or did somehow that fell away in some other fashion?
So for AFC, the sports didn't affect us in terms of busing because the grants we were doing were academic related. And so none of the AFC money was going towards that. And this actually kind of goes off of a finance question. I mean, some of the extra costs would just be absorbed by activity fees, whatever. And as far as I'm aware, those may or may not have been fully refunded yet, but that's the intention, that at least activity fees are being refunded. So then that would decrease the amount of money in a lot of those activity funds in general.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, and so any other questions for AFC? All right, communications, Ms. Krakowski.
Okay, so communications committee met on the 12th, last week on Tuesday. And we looked at some of the distance learning things, the distant learning microsite. There's a couple of things that need to be updated from there. We still have the previous version of the distance learning plan. Our current plan hasn't changed a ton, but I mean, you know, the newer version still needs to be up there. So again, just a few things on the website that are a little bit out of date, but that's again something we're working on as a committee to make sure that we have double checks and that things are set. And so far from the surveys that we've received, there weren't a ton of specific recommendations with regard to distance learning changes. Most of the parents were happy with our plan. Obviously, distance learning is imperfect, but they appreciate that we have put together the best that we can with what we have, making the fact that we're a one-to-one school made the transition a lot smoother. And so everybody's sort of, you know, toughing it out together and doing the best that they can. We originally were going to try to put together sort of guidelines for video conferencing, and that was prior to Zoom and Google Meets enacting a number of security guards that they have put into place since. So when we first started the idea of having a group to meet to create these guidelines, it was about how do you set up meeting room? How do you make sure, because Zoom bombing was happening everywhere. But now that both platforms have put as standard a number of security measures, now it's more along the lines of creating a document kind of for the students about what is sort of professional behavior on a Zoom. You know, we can all see you, you're on grid view, so you're not hidden. So the gestures you make and, you know, things that you do are visible. So just kind of a little reminder for the students, if you're on a Zoom call with your class, just to kind of have some, a few reminders about behavior and MSA behavior and things like that. And possibly a couple troubleshoots like about bandwidth, if you need to disable the video temporarily to allow for your bandwidth to be a little bit more successful. When we look at the learning platform, we discussed that as well. It's something we've been talking about as a group. And it was we came to the sort of same conclusion that even if we have like two dominant platforms or something like that, say we use Google platform and then the other one that everybody really likes is Schoology or something, that's fine. There's a couple of classes that use specific online curriculum. For example, chemistry specifically has an online web assigned system. I think physics does too. There's a few of them, so that you may have Google Classroom for your calendar and stuff, but it links then. You click from there and can link into the curriculum element that might be specific to those disciplines. But again, that's kind of a staff meeting discussion and kind of working it out over time. And then for some of the things that are updating, there's a group right now that is working on the activities handbook update. And they're going to be working, there's a task force, a sub-task force that we started to work on web content management, again, just to make sure that we're up to date. Same thing with our school and a couple of the other features. So it's more just about making sure that the communications are correct and up to date. And that's a pretty big, that's a pretty big mission. And it requires a few different subgroups to make sure that there's eyes on things and that we are up to date online.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. We'll move on then to personnel. So sorry. All right. Thanks so much, Mrs. Krakowski. We'll move on to personnel. And so the personnel committee actually met 3 times during the last month. We were working really hard to get the teacher part of the self-evaluation form so that it would be done and completed and put into the staff handbook. And so we did come up with kind of a form for teachers, for administration, for EA, so basically for all staff. And so next year it will just be right now it's a self-evaluation form. And then from that form, we'll be working to figure out goals for next year. And then our goals would be part of, and the form next year then would also be part of our evaluation for next year. So we kind of got that all kind of figured out. And then hopefully at our next meeting, we'll kind of return to working on the directory evaluation and then going down through all of the other administrators and then through the teachers as well, coming up with a more formal observation and formal evaluation type of plan. And there's like 3 pages, or actually 5 pages. So pages 35 to 40. So if you want to read those things a little bit more specifically, you are welcome to do those too as well. Any questions before I move on? All right, finance, Mr. Linkset.
All right, finance is on page 41. So certainly from there, kind of the primary thing to look at would probably be 44, just with some of the things with where our cash flow is and other things. So with this meeting,
Noah,
we talked.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Noah, could I just interrupt
Yeah.
you? I think Ms. Seeberger, there's somebody waiting to get into the meeting, I think, in the waiting room. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, we looked at the finances just to kind of see where we were at. A few things that we note that I mentioned earlier are the activities funds. Some of them are certainly decently big, although I don't know that got put in. But as we had said, oh yes, activity funds are page 49 and 50. So some of them appear to be kind of large at the moment. One thing is activities coordinators are planning to spend some of that down, but for some of those spring sports and spring activities, those activity fees are being refunded, so those are going to decrease anyway. But moving on to next year, we do want that to be that overall accounts to be as low as we can, just because we're going to be really close to our budget next year, and so we want those to be lower. And then that was kind of the primary part of our finance meeting. Are there any questions about the finances?
No, I don't know if this is a question for you or for Mr. G. We had that special assessment for the road. What did that finally come up to in terms of the final value or final dollar? And I think you said you were going to spread it over, the 15 years or whatever, but how does that impact our budget?
Yeah, so the building company, the assessments for buildings A and B, don't quote me on the dollar amount because I'm coming off the top of my head, but it's right around 15,000. Then the assessment for buildings C and D, which we are leasing, we do have to pay those amounts. However, we're not going to pay that in one lump sum like we would consider for the building company. That's spread out over 15 years, and I want to say it's about 2,000 to 3,000 a year, but I'd have to go. It's being we're going over the 15-year mark. Spreading it out, it's not that big of an issue as far as expenses. It would be if we would pay it all in one lump sum, and obviously with the lease that's going to expire fairly soon, we don't want to pay that entire 15 years.
Yeah, that might have been a cash flow issue. And for those, I don't know, you talked about it, I don't know, it's probably last fall. And since no one is driving to school and probably don't realize it, the roads are actually being torn up or will be in the neighborhood next to MSA and the road leading to MSA. It has not been torn up yet, but it'll probably happen within the next, 30 to 60 days. And we were put under a pretty big special assessment, and no one ever knows how much you're going to charge until they send you the bill. So it was pretty hefty. It was pretty hefty. And now we don't get to use the road at least until fall. But it's nice. It will look nice. They're tearing up my neighborhood right now, and it's going to be pretty ugly for probably the next 30 days.
Yeah, on that note, being you brought it up, Jeff, I met with the city of Woodbury, and they are not going to do anything at the school until they said right around July. They should be done by August. So, which timing wise is not bad for us because there's not that there's anybody up at the school right now, but with all the turn-ins and everything we have coming up in the month of June, I wanted to make sure they pushed that off until we had all of that done. And then they will start in July, and it will look different. We're actually going to have a sidewalk that goes from the school all the way down to Pioneer. So your students won't have to walk in the street anymore.
Good to hear.
Mr. Langseth? Is there
Yes.
anything else? Or are we ready to approve the financials?
Nope, we are ready.
All right.
So I will move to approve the April 2020 financials.
All right.
This
Is
is
there a
Adam. I
second?
will second.
Okay, Adam, thank you. All right, and then we'll vote. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
I didn't hear you.
Yes. Did you hear me?
Oh, okay, there we go. All right, Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle? Adam?
Yes.
All right, so the motion passes then 9-0. Thank you. All right, then we are on to the school expansion possibilities, and they're out of order in the packet. So it's on page 63 and 61. So if you want to look in there, you should be able to find it. But Mr. Eng?
And we did have a meeting at the end of April. We did not in March. So we spent really more of a briefing to catch up on what we had missed in that time period, and really to get a consensus that the expansion committee and our efforts will continue despite COVID and all the things that are unknown for the fall. That is not to say that we have voted or moved forward any further than we have been, but we are going to pick up and ramp up on the planning and additional meetings.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Eng. All right, then onto the consent agenda. So we had 3 policies, but the only changes I believe were red line changes. So does someone want to make the motion to approve the consent agenda?
I will motion.
All right, that was Michelle. Is there a second?
Cody will second.
All right. Anything else before we vote? All right. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, the consent agenda passes 9-0.
Lisa, just for those who may be tuning in for the first time to this meeting, can you define what red line changes are, just briefly?
Red line changes are small changes that don't really change the intent of the document. Like a lot of the policies that come from the School Board Association, they say district and we change it to MSA. Or it might say principal and we change it to director. So it's just those types of changes that don't really affect the operation or the intent or how the policy is enacted. I don't know, Michelle's more of the expert. Maybe she wants to chime in or add anything to that.
Nope, that was perfect.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
And to Adam's question, they're called red line changes because if you look at the document, the changes are in red and are generally underlined so that you can see the differences in the document. And we would have usually more of a discussion if they were just substantive changes that required greater discussion. So
I do receive them as red lines from the state. So when we go to the association to see our updated policies, that's how they have them shown as well, is as red lines. So we keep the procedure there.
All right. Thank you, Adam. All right. Then the next thing is to get the updates for the staff handbook. So Mr. G, did you want to tell us a little bit about where we are or what the major elements are?
I sent that document out later this afternoon with all the changes. So if the board members, it should be in your email if you haven't looked at them. The changes that are in there are in yellow that we had from last year. So if you don't see any changes, there's anything other than what's in yellow, you can read it, but it's basically the same as what we did last year. I would say the one thing in the formatting, don't get caught up or too concerned with the page numbers and the alignment, because the Google Doc and the Word, as you know, don't really line up as well. So those fine-tuning format edits will occur. But if you want to know some of the major changes, we kind of clarified a little bit on the vision reimbursement that it's that benefit is intended for the benefit of the employees or dependents' health. We're not going to collect doctors' notes or anything. We're going to trust our employees to turn in when they do reimbursements. Some of the bigger changes have to do with the PTO and how you go about turning that in, or who you communicate that with, and it's mostly your building administrator. We did, under the cashing in the PTO, which we will do shortly, we're changing the sub rates from 140 a day to 150. So that does have some effect to cashing in PTO if it's transferred from one employee to the other. Then we did a little more fine tuning with what's required as far as what kind of events, the special events, and how many hours, if you will, of PTO are required if you miss one. Probably the major change is, if you have the document up, is on page 14. It talks about teachers and employees of 0.50 FTE status and above when we're posting a position. Those procedures are written in the handbook. That would be for any position that's a paid position for the school that becomes available. Those steps are outlined there, so it's very clear as to what should happen when those positions become available. We also clarified some of the background checks. When is a background check required? How do we go about doing that? Who is the person that's responsible for maintaining it? Then the other part of this, which is a really major addition, happens to be on page 18. It's the conflict reporting and resolution. We added this section in there in case there's a scenario that does not meet the requirements of harassment or bullying, or bullying doesn't happen legally between staff members, but harassment or something that doesn't meet a previous legal definition. We wanted to have a way to formalize conflict resolution, so we added this section in there, and it does include a form which will be in the appendix, and there's a number of different steps that are involved in there. A lot of the pay scales and that kind of thing were all set, so we didn't do any changes with that, and pretty much all the forms and everything carried over from this past year. Then in the appendix, we did some updating of just some terminology and trying to clarify our teacher development and evaluation process, trying to clarify it by adding the 3-year cycle so staff members are aware of which process we're talking about, because after that, then we also have the evaluation process, which is different. And there were a lot of rewrites in that section, if you're following along, that's on page 39. So we struck out quite a few of items that didn't belong there, and then added a number of items that were kind of left out. So I think we've come up with a much better document that's, you know, let staff know this is what's going to happen annually. This was actually an item that we had hoped to have in place for this year, but we will have it in place for next year. The evaluation form is basically the self-evaluation form that the staff are using. It'll be modified slightly over the summer so that it's an evaluation form, not just a self-evaluation. Other than that, I think that's the majority of them. Gina Albers and Michelle Krakowski were so kind enough to do the heavy lifting on this. So I don't know if Michelle, if I forgot something, feel free to jump in and talk about it. At the very end of the document, there is the conflict resolution form. And when we meet at our next board meeting, there will be a second version of that, and the board will have to decide which version they want to go with. So you can look forward to another form being kind of tacked on, and then definitely the board will have to decide which of the two versions they want to put in.
And I did just share a very rough secondary drafting copy with the members really quick. John had sent me an email later this afternoon, but I hadn't received it. So I sent it out, and the idea is just to determine and figure out, based on the conflict resolution process, where the board fits in an escalation. So if a conflict is with the director, then it is definitely the board's, you know, role there then to be a facilitator and an element of the conflict resolution process. But then the secondary element is if you look at a number of conflict resolution policies, even across other schools as well, if the conflict isn't resolved successfully and the issue persists, there is usually an element where it will escalate. So for example, say that Lisa and I are just scrapping every day and it's just like, just button heads all the time. And John has tried to mediate between us within an inch of his life and it's just not working and the problem's persisting and we are just rare. Then the idea that there's an escalation point to the board and the idea that their decision or their, you know, how they resolve it is final. And so it's kind of a question about the role of the board. You know, we do policy and governance, but then in terms of escalation, where is it that they can step in or should they step in? And so that's kind of really the difference between the two ideas. So you'll see a drafting, like a very rough drafting document with some language that includes that sort of escalation process as part of it. So then if a problem persists even after an initial resolution, where do we go from there? And so it's still a question too then also about board role, board responsibility. And so where would we fit in with that? So that's all. We're just waiting, I suppose, on a little bit more consultation with regard to legally, where would the board be with that and stuff like that.
All right. Are there any other questions or concerns about this right now?
You know, just as I was skimming through this, on page 15 on background checks, so it opens up with the phrase, all unsupervised adults will have a current background check. And you list what unsupervised adults, but I'm thinking that's kind of an odd terminology to use. I mean, don't we actually do background checks of, you know, all new staff and including, as you say, chaperones and frankly, non-staff, just to make sure people understand that our chaperones, our volunteers, our, you know, people working, you know, in the cafeteria and monitoring that, those people go through background checks, correct?
Right. Yes, they do. The reason that all unsupervised adults would be, let's say, for example, that I'm going to use you, Jeff, if you don't mind. If your dad wanted to come in and speak during a class.
Uh-huh.
He would be a supervised adult, would not require a background check because they're supervised, or he would be supervised by a teacher all the time that he's involved with students. So, but if we were going to let him run a class and the teacher was going to step out, then we would definitely want to run a background check on him just to make, I'm not implying anything, but that's the reason that terminology is used. Because adults that are supervised by a licensed teacher all the time when they're in the school would not require to have a background check on them.
Okay. I mean, I get the meaning. It's just kind of an odd phrase, and we don't say unsupervised, or no one has an idea of what supervised would be. I mean, your explanation makes perfect sense, but it's just kind of an odd phrase.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Okay.
All right. Anything else right now? All right, so we should look for a final copy of this in the next week or so, John, so that we would, okay, all right, thank you so much. All right, so then we'll move on to B, to approve the subrates and hourly rates of pay.
So whenever we have a change in the pay rates, the board has to approve those pay rate changes. So as I kind of alluded to with the staff handbook update, the sub rate that we pay currently is 140, and I'd like that increased to 150, just to make sure we stay competitive with the neighboring school districts, and to allow for us to continue with the great service that we've had. I'd hate to lose a staff member over $10, or a sub member for $10, but over the course of the year, especially the subs that we have, they sub quite a bit. That $10 starts to add up over time. So I would like that the sub rate to be increased from $140 to $150 a day. And then the hourly pay rates that would change, the night supervisor would go to $20 per hour. The study hall, the in-school study hall monitor would go to $14 an hour, which would be the same as our lunch supervision. They would also go to $14 an hour. And then our before study hall supervision would go to $16.50 an hour. The major reason for that, it's a big increase. If you're wondering, with the study hall monitors, it is a dollar increase for the in-school study hall monitors and the lunch monitors. Part of that is we are having a difficult time finding people to fill those, and $13 an hour doesn't pay that well. So we bump it up to $14 an hour. I think we should be okay there. And the before study hall monitors go from $16 to $16.50.
John, are these in the packet or in the handbook?
These were actually, we actually have to have them stated in a motion, but they were in the budget that was approved last month, I believe it is.
Oh, okay.
So I would just need we just have to have it documented that the board would approve a sub rate of $150 an hour, the night supervisor rate of $20 an hour, the study hall, the in-school study hall rate of $14 an hour, the lunch supervision of $14 an hour, and the before study hall supervisor at $16.50 an hour.
And what is the overall financial impact, roughly? I know these are hourly rates, but
yeah, it's the overall increase is fairly minimal because of the number of hours total that you're looking at.
So like
I
under
haven't
$5,000?
Yeah, total. Yeah, you're not looking at a big increase total.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have that exact dollar amount figured out. I guess if you wanted to wait a minute, I could.
I was just trying to see, is it on the order of a $5,000 or $10,000 deal?
I'm just doing a quick up the. Yeah, it's under $5,000 total.
Okay, 5 I'm less worried about. 10 starts to get a little.
Yeah, it's actually probably closer to 4.
Okay, no, that's good. That's in the range of what I was looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Are there any other questions? All right. So is there a motion to, and John, you'll have to say the numbers again because we can't read them or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not in the packet.
So if I guess that's the reason I should have waited. So I'm going to read that. So if you could have a board member make a motion by saying so moved even of the following, that the sub rate is $150 a day. The night supervisor rate is $20 per hour. The in-school study hall supervisor is $14 an hour. The lunch supervisor is $14 an hour. And the before study hall monitor is $16.50 an hour.
All right. So moved by Lisa. Is there a second?
Cody will second.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll vote then. All right, Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes 9-0. All right, thank you. All right, so then we're on to the graduation update. So.
We've been meeting every week with a number of the parents, we being Shannon Froberg and Carrie Ham and myself. And the graduation is still slated. We're still aiming for June 5th. We're looking at a delayed start time of 8:30 because of we want to do some video, and in order to do that in an outside venue, we have to wait for it to get dark. So we're looking at an 8:30 start time. And once again, a lot of this is tentative because it's very fluid, but this is what we've kind of narrowed it down to. Tomorrow we have a meeting, not tomorrow, I'm sorry, Wednesday. We have a meeting at 3 p.m. where we're going to discuss what venue. There's 3 venues that we're really looking at. Part of the biggest determining factor there will be, can we put up screening and do we have enough parking spots? With the guidance of MDH and MDE is that graduates and family do not get out of their cars. So the only people that would be getting out to do speeches would be those speakers that have been identified to come up and give a speech. All the speakers have been contacted and we are going to record them. So if it happens to rain, then we will go to more of a virtual, and knowing this year it probably will. So that we'll be in a virtual format. The other part of this is this Friday, the 22nd. If there's any senior parents or senior students listening, please make sure you contact the office because we are having the seniors come in to pick up their gowns, caps, medallions, and jackets, their diploma jackets, and then having pictures taken so that we can still get individual graduate pictures, and then we're going to do a composite with them. So that will be happening in building A and B. We've got a one-way social distancing, keeping them 6 feet or more apart. So we have that plan, so at least the graduates can have some memory pictures that look something similar to what we've done in the past. So if anybody would like to, they can send me an email, and I'll send a Zoom link if you're interested in joining us Wednesday at 3 p.m. I don't know if anybody's got questions.
Actually, I have a question. Are we charging, because I think in the past we've actually charged a fee for kind of to cover some of the costs of, I assume the cap and tassel and a little bit of that. Nothing's been talked about. I mean, and usually that's paid when they pick up the gown. Do you know if we're going to do that again? Or
no, we do not charge. It's actually against the law to charge a graduation fee. The school budgets some money for graduation, so the caps and the caps and the tassels and the medallion, the school pays for that. The gown, we do request the students can buy that if they want, but we normally collect those afterwards and then have them cleaned and pressed for the next year. So there is actually no cost to the students to attend the graduation ceremony.
Okay. Oh, good. And is there a budget? Because I know some of these because we have to take it off campus, and some of the suggestions, to your point, if we project something on a screen and we do it at another location, is there a budget for that?
So typical year, we budget $1,000 for graduation, and about 500 of that is for the caps and the medallions and things that we don't get back. So we have roughly 500 left for decorations and that kind of thing. Obviously, we won't be putting those into the gym. So then we have that $500 to basically offset the cost of having it at a venue. So that's kind of the working budget. The flip side of that is, and that's one thing that the group is working on, is what kind of resources do we have in the community that we could get donations or whatever to cover some of the costs. There are a number of parents that have stepped forward and said they can help out, and they're willing to, volunteer their time in some cases, or their materials or equipment, so that we can do this fairly cheaply. We haven't looked at quotes though for renting screens or anything, so I think that will be the biggest cost that there is. And I haven't seen any yet, so I don't know what those costs are yet.
Right. But I mean, if we do incur costs, I'm just trying to look forward into how do we address that. And beyond that, I know some of the people we're going to tap, and they're going to be very generous in donating their time and things like that. But at the end of the day, there might be a need. And I was wondering if it'd be appropriate for the school to entertain, an additional amount of money to cover graduation.
Yeah, depending on what that number is, I have to look at the budget. But if it's not an exorbitant amount of money, and I think the school can cover some of that. Yeah. But I guess we have to wait and see how much that's going to be. $1,000 is much different than $5,000 or $10,000.
Yeah, I mean, I think people understand that what some of the limits are on that, but they want to also know that there's probably additional resources that perhaps the school could be part of too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the other thing I wanted to bring up is there has been a little bit of confusion in terms of, you were pretty straightforward in a couple emails saying that, no decisions have been made and all that. Unfortunately, there has been confusion because there have been people that were told a location. And other things that led them to believe a decision has been made. And that's concerning because, additional requirements seem to keep popping up, and it does not track with what you're saying in terms of no decision has been made. So specifically, students were told last Friday that it was in fact going to be at the Hero Center. Staff received an email telling them a specific location. Now we're confused. So however we want to work this out, it sounds like a decision has in fact been made. Obviously not to your knowledge, or certainly not your approval, but parents are confused. In fact, the parents working on the graduation are immensely confused.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of emails out, and they are conflicting, and that's why I sent that email out to clear up the confusion.
Well, the confusion when you sent that email was you made it sound like parents were committing to things when they should not have been, and it's actually the other way around. It sounds like MSA has committed to things that
I don't think
say are not.
We have not signed any contracts, so there are no commitments.
Okay,
that's
good to know. Well, we'll have to straighten that out because, like I said, 2 announcements have already been made as to the non-decision.
I know at our last meeting, we requested that if we can reserve a venue so we don't lose it. That has been made. Now that may be where the confusion lies. And people, obviously, when you hear something, you can interpret it differently, and that happens all the time. But there are a couple of venues that we do have options for.
Yeah.
And we will make that decision on Wednesday.
Sounds good. It's not subject to interpretation, and I can send you the email that the announcement was in. So, well, good, because parents have made site visits, and I think they have seen and seen the actual sites, and have some good suggestions and considerations to consider. I have also visited the sites too. So I would encourage people making the decision to go out there and take a look.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
May I ask what I know I had been familiar with the mentioning of the Hero Center. What are a couple of the other options that you were thinking of looking into, just as like options to explore?
And if you don't mind, Mr. G, I can speak to that only because some things have actually happened since your last meeting. So the most likely ones on the table seem to be the Hero Center, Crossroads, which is a church in Woodbury, and Washington County Fairgrounds. And there were 2 other churches similar, but for other reasons, which I'm sure they'll discuss in the meeting, for some reason came off the table. And the Hero Center, there are a lot of good things to it, but one of the challenges is how to set up the screen. So, and the person that we had some people look at and kind of measure things out, and you'll talk about that on Wednesday, but those details will need to be looked at pretty carefully. And to me, for the site, the greatest second challenge would be organizing the vehicles to make use of the space as efficiently as possible, maintain the social distance. And what I thought looked like a huge area, when you start counting the spaces and trying to figure out how many cars can fit, a large area quickly becomes pretty small. And what you would think would hold 100 cars only holds 60. And that's not including, having probably to park every other space to maintain social distancing. So all of a sudden you're down to like 40 pretty quickly. So those are the things that just need to be managed.
All right, so I just kind of want to see if I understand correctly. So this Friday, all the seniors are going to come and get their pictures taken. They're going to will they like pick up their diplomas, do all of that stuff?
They will pick up the jackets that the diplomas go in. The
Okay.
diplomas do not get sent to the graduates until after grades are verified.
Okay. And is there someone like that, like, are they just getting their picture taken by themselves or with their parents or what?
No, we have
You have a photographer.
we have a professional photographer that's come in, that's
Okay.
done the graduation pictures for the last 2 years. He's agreed to come in to take those pictures again. So,
Okay.
and those, yeah.
Those are inside or outside or?
Right now, the plan is to try and do it outside if possible. If it doesn't, then we have to go inside.
Okay.
I know they want to do it in 2 different locations, in B and then also in A, because this is the last, well, this will be the last class that was actually in, they basically opened building B, if you want to say that. So we wanted to get them in both locations. In building A, they would be doing like a cap toss.
Okay. And so they get their picture taken and then someone's going to put all the pictures together into a video, or is there someone who's taking video, or how's that working?
As far as the video goes, I believe Mr. Ng has volunteered some of his.
Well, actually, you guys were able to do better than me, which is Mr. Deemer, who is in fact a professional in that, will be doing the video. One question, and actually, please communicate this. Well, we need to decide it pretty soon, so maybe just communicate tomorrow, not waiting for Wednesday. A couple things would be the video, I think, was planned for outside. We just want to make sure, is it outside or perhaps even indoors? We're just worried about decorations and how to do that. So whatever happens, maybe it's appropriate to do both the photo and the walking across the stage as part of the, the walk, as they say, right? I don't know if we discussed the very detail of that, but it would be nice to know the options. Number 2, in one of the notices saying that, we're asking students to wear a mask and bring that, and presumably to pick up their gown and their diplomas and whatnot. I just want to make it clear, or ask, is we're not expecting them to wear a mask for the photo. Is that correct?
Oh, no, that would.
I know.
Maybe if we had cool MSA masks that they could wear, but no, because that would.
Sorry to have to ask that, but and then the photographer that we invite, I'm sure, would not be pleased because no one would buy that photo. So, and obviously it extends to the video. We weren't expecting, certainly we're going to maintain our distance, but we weren't expecting that they would be required to wear masks, and that was not clear in the instructions given. So just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And then after that, we're putting a video together, and then on the actual night, everyone's getting together to watch the video. That's the plan?
Yeah, actually, they're still talking about that. My understanding is Mr. Deemer is going to put a video including the speakers pre-recorded.
Right.
And he's doing that because in case it rains, then we would have no speakers, right?
Right.
Still to be discussed, but my understanding is we're heading in the direction of trying to find a way to have the speakers live, socially distanced on the stage, of course, one at a time, clean the microphone and all that, but that they would be there to give it live also, weather permitting.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
May I just have one comment and one question? A chunk of it, for as long as I've been at MSA, the senior class has also had a video that they make on their own, that it has just pictures from them doing their thing, and that. And so I wanted to comment out there to make sure that the seniors are given that opportunity as well to have their own, like senior. And I know Mr. Deemer, he may be doing that with them, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clearly communicated, because it's been a little chaotic. And so there's probably people from other friend groups and other cliques and things like that that might not have had a chance to send photos and other things like that. So just to make sure that you have as much input from other individuals. And I'm
Yeah.
sure that's already been thought of. I
And,
just
and
wanted to throw it out
actually,
there in
no,
case it
actually,
hadn't been.
two students have volunteered to do that and started this a couple weeks ago. So they've
Oh,
asked for
good, good, good.
photos and video clips. I believe heading the project is Lily Dempsey and Mina. And
Oh, that makes sense.
in fact, we're getting reminders from them almost, pushing us for the photos of our kids. They did
Excellent.
say the photos should be within their school years at MSA so that we don't thoroughly embarrass them going way back. But I'm sure some of those will somehow sneak into the photo collage.
And then they might want to throw out to some of the teachers, because I'm sure I have photos from a couple of tubing exhibitions that might be interesting.
Awesome.
I photograph at field trips and
I
everything.
will
so
make
just in
sure
case.
the mention is made to Lily and Mina. That's a good point. If you haven't heard of a request, then perhaps they didn't send out one and didn't think about it. So I will forward that suggestion to them.
And I only mentioned that just because I take pictures at field trips just for that purpose. But
Right.
And then my other question I wanted to know, and I know it can't be answered right now, but as they're thinking about parking, I understand fully that the seniors and their families are all priority parking and they get to be the first attendees. But when we're thinking about number of spots, it'd be awesome if there was a few availabilities so that some of the staff could come. I do like to support them and, bring a vuvuzela and make some noise and racket and make sure that they know we care about them and that we want to celebrate them. So if it's possible that it would include some extra spaces for staff to visit the graduation and to see them and to congratulate them, that would be awesome. It might not be possible, but if it is, that'd be great.
Yeah. We'll be sure, because we know that request actually has been made by several people to make sure that we reserve their space, but not knowing how that's going to pan out, that's a difficult thing to plan. But
I know.
we'll forward that request because I think the students would like to see the teachers also in their cars, waving through the window.
All right. Any other questions or concerns about graduation or any other items about the update? All right. So thank you to everyone who's trying to plan that. I know it's hard, obviously, with the different circumstances from this year. I'd like to just make the motion to take a quick recess until 7:50 so that if anyone needs to use the restroom or whatever, it's been a little while. So is that good with everybody? All right. We'll be back at 7:50 then. 50. All right, we're waiting for a few more people, it looks like. This is just like waiting for my students' attention at school.
Except we're quiet.
All right, it looks like we have most of the people back. So everything okay with graduation? Can we move on to the next thing, or were there any other questions?
Mr. G, just two real quick things, because you've already mentioned this in the past. The money for the senior party and lock-in, we're still okay if we think we might plan something in July for using those funds to carry over. We're good with that?
Yes, yeah, that's the one fund that I would definitely want to make sure we carry over. Would be the senior one, just in case we can do something with this for the senior lock-in.
And we might not have to, because, you know,
right.
as you say, they're not, but we'll try to figure it out. The other piece of it is, and just for me personally, I know parents have talked about it, is so the seniors have roughly $1,700, give or take, that they work throughout the year to earn for this. I personally don't want to have them or approach them to use that money to pay for graduation. Whether they intend to donate it or whatever, I don't want any hint that we would even suggest that. And I want to make sure that perhaps, I'd like to think you're on the same page on that. Would you agree?
Oh, I would agree, because that's money that they've spent their entire careers basically raising for their lock-in. And I think there's other things that we could do with that money so they have a benefit, rather than spending it on graduation. To me, is not a good use of those funds for all the time that they put in raising those funds.
And I think it's legitimate if they want to use some of that for donating to the school or whatever. But for now, I'd frankly want to lay off asking them to do so, because frankly, they're focused on graduation, and that's just a separate topic. So.
Yeah, and to that end, I think worst case scenario, I would want to take, if they are going to use that money and they were going to donate it to the school could purchase, MSA umbrellas or something to that nature that's practical and would have some kind of meeting for them to utilize, because it's their work.
Right.
And just to put it in the general fund, and not get anything from MSA, I think would be a real disservice to all the work they've done.
Right. Okay.
You can make handprint things to put in the gardens.
Oh, there you go.
The little circles, you make the little circle out of like concrete. You put your handprint in it and say your name. Yeah. You can make a senior garden, but that makes it sound like we're growing seniors, and that feels kind of weird.
Right, there might be some with my handprints out there still.
That's what I mean.
So maybe you're not too far off track, and at least like kind of that momentum, just leaving a bit of yourself at the school. And like I said, they're so conscientious. If we start making those suggestions, they might actually say yes to donating and all this. And I do want them to spend some of it for themselves, and I don't want to put the burden of them to continue to do great things like they always have done. And I think now is the time to recognize their contribution.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, and to Cody's point, worst case scenario, maybe they do make a hand garden. We were out looking at the sign and where the new sidewalk's going, and I found some of those round circular cement pads that were made with rocks and stuff. I don't know if you did that or not, Cody, but they're kind of buried.
I was part of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my dad, if it's the sign that's engraved, my dad did that. So.
Yeah, there's some sprinkled in the perennial garden there. So I never knew that. So.
Yeah, more than one student has suggested to me, just goes to show the Starbucks connection is, sometimes we give gift cards and door prizes and everything. A lot of them have just suggested, I would just love it in Starbucks gift cards. So, to each their own, but, I'd like to see it get to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gift cards become an issue because of the new, financial stuff, but there are other gifts that we can do. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And all that, right. And things have changed from previous years. So,
yeah.
I will say you can order a custom reusable Starbucks cup. It's the white cup that has the logo, but it's got your name on it. You can order them because my sister-in-law ordered one for me as a gift, and it's reusable. You even get a discount if you bring it into the store and use your own cup, your special cup. Just throwing ideas out.
The gift that keeps on giving. Thank
Caffeination.
All right. So anything else then about the senior party update or the senior class party? We're still just waiting to kind of see what's going to happen, right? All right.
Yes.
Okay. Then kind of up to the COVID update, or kind of how has distance learning been going so far? I don't know, Mr. G, if you have any updates as far as that goes.
Just a few things to be aware of. There were very few updates that we really had to do. There were just some minor things that we updated as far as the activities went. Some of the testing updates, like when was the ACT? Well, we didn't have the ACTs. The AP and how that was. So some minor updates, things that were in the announcements, and we had just slightly adjusted our attendance policy as far as how we go about contacting students if they've been non-reporting for 2 days in a row, then how we reach out. We did talk about and not publish anything about grades, but we did talk with the teachers about how to go about assigning grades for the semester and year-long courses. Most of that is left to the teacher's discretion because they know their students and then they know the material. Under the overall MDE guideline that students are to be held as harmless as possible. However, we had a pretty good discussion with teachers, about, well, what happens if the student isn't doing anything, and what kind of grade do they earn? And a lot of that is all case by case, so I don't really want to get into the fine details of that. One thing that everybody, well, I should say mostly the parents can look forward to after school is out. We will be sending out in the year-end survey, we will send out a number of questions directly relating to the distance learning, and to get very candid, so they can put their opinions if they choose to do so, and then also some rather pointed questions, just so we have a good idea going into next fall. What does this look like? Because I think everybody understands there is a very good possibility that sometime next year we will be doing some kind of distance learning if there's any kind of an outbreak, either of the flu or the coronavirus.
So are all those things on like the website with the updated executive summary? Those things have all been fixed. They're all on there.
So the updates, I just got back today from one of the editors. So that will be the edited copy is ready. So you will be getting a copy of that tomorrow to look at because it's got your name on it as well. I didn't want to put anything else there. Yes, yeah, as the board director. No, as the board director, your name is on. The executive summary had your name, yours, and my name both. So the update will have yours and my name both. So I wanted to make sure that you got to preview it before anything happened.
Perfect. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then I know this isn't maybe what you plan to talk about right now, but do we have plans for like the end of the year, like for pickup and all of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so the material pickup and drop off committee has been working on that, and they're looking at how that plan and the flow will work. Because of the way the state statutes read, we have to have 1,020 instructional hours, and our approved calendar at 1,023. We cannot close school early or take one of those days off as a non-instructional day, because then we would no longer be compliant with what's in state statute. So we will be doing our drop off and for hopefully the seniors a pickup of, you know, a senior grab bag, so to speak, from anybody that drops stuff off for the seniors. But we will be doing that the week after school's out. So the week of June 8th, that week is when we plan on doing material drop off.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? No? All right. Then we can move up to fall planning. So I think we have some questions or concerns about that.
Yeah, so the interesting thing when we talk about the planning for the fall is, especially sitting in listening with Max and all the other charter schools, because the charter schools are really different than your traditional school districts. So there's a lot of discussion on what does that look like. The hardest part for us is because we don't do our own transportation. We're reliant on 833 for all of our transportation. And one of the questions that won't be answered until after July 1st, and that really kind of hinders what we can do, is what does it look like for transportation with students? Because how do you get them to school on a bus safely? And if things don't change with distancing, 6 feet apart on a school bus doesn't work very well. So that's one of the major hurdles that everybody is really. How do you get students to school safely if we are still under the current guidelines? How do you take the temperature before the student gets on the bus? Because if they get on the bus and they're asymptomatic, everybody on that bus has now been exposed, and we don't know it. So that's one of the major, roadblocks, stumbling blocks, huge areas that we're really looking forward to getting additional guidance from the Department of Health, and they've kind of kicked the can down to or until after July 1st before they're expected to give any guidance with that. So that's kind of part of it why we're not doing any in-depth planning until we get a better idea. Now, that's not to say we haven't been planning. There's basically 4 different paths that we're considering. One is a blended learning type where you have students coming in for a couple of days. In a couple of days, they do distance learning, or do all distance learning. That's another option. We could be at that case where we're in person at the start of the school year. And then finally, you could do a combination of, there are some models out there. I don't know if we have the resources to do this, but there are schools that are looking at having in-person classes and then a separate teacher doing distance learning classes, so students have the option to choose which one they want to do. That obviously takes a lot more resources. You have to have the spacing. If you're in a social distancing scenario where it really limits how many students can be on campus, and given the constraints of our physical buildings, that the option for doing that doesn't look very promising, but it's still an option. The biggest problem with a lot of this is it's all very fluid. We could end up getting a bump in the curve and all of a sudden regressing back to a everybody stay put, stay at home order, depending on how things go. The major sporting leagues are talking about opening it up. If it happens that it isn't as big of a safety concern, MDH may open up some of their distancing requirements. So a lot of it's fluid. I guess generally I look at, I've kind of got a skeleton sketch timeline of what things will look like after we know more from MDH in July. But we're looking at 833, following what they're doing, because that's going to impact us directly with the busing. Watching from MDH with the guidelines, obviously, and then MDE is offering some guidelines. Obviously, if they say you can't do this, no students in the building. We don't have students in the building. However, they are opening up schools. They do allow students to come in schools currently, but for very limited purposes. So it's hard to say exactly what this is going to look like, but in July, I think that's when you're going to see a lot of movement as far as what will happen. The other part of this, and this is I would say the overriding majority of charter schools in the state feel the same way I do, and that is teachers need a break. Everybody needs a break, not just the teachers, but students and parents, but especially the teachers need a break. It's been a long haul on them. So having the month of June off for them just to do some mental health is going to pay massive dividends later. So I think, trying to keep the ball rolling all summer long, we're looking at some major mental health issues down the road. So we need to be able to give the staff some time off, just if nothing else, to decompress before they rev it up again.
So from what you've just said, it seems like every option seems to have a distance learning component to it.
Yeah, to be honest, if I don't see it, I do not see an option where there isn't some type of distance learning attached to it. Unless there's a vaccine that's developed, and so we can all hope for miracles. But there's all kinds of viruses that we still don't have vaccines for, and we just have to learn as a race to live with.
Yeah.
Just to quickly add on to that, John, another thing for us to look for is, even if you look at the companies, right? Many of them, they're saying already, hey, we're going to let you work from home until end of the year, right? So that's another factor. I know it's difficult, right? But looks like that's what many organizations are thinking. Somehow we looks like, still going to continue distance learning, whether it's a 50%, 40, whatever. So it's a pretty shaky out there still.
And there are different thoughts about, even if you can let students back, do you have all your students come back, or do you limit it? We have the space if we wanted to have all the sixth graders back just to get acclimated to the school. Do we just do sixth grade, or just do the middle school and the high school can do distance learning, or do you flip it the other way and you want your high school? So there's a lot of competing ideas as far as if you have to limit who comes back as to which groups do you select. But a lot of that goes back to the transportation issue. High school students tend to be more mobile and able to transport themselves. But then on the flip side, they can be left at home a little easier than 6th and 7th graders.
And just a couple other things, as I know, I'm sure we're going to be looking at this pretty significantly. But two kind of key points. One of them is that the idea that you would have an option to either be distance learning or in-class learning for our environment is pretty flawed, in that there's a number of teachers that are the only one who teach their particular subject. So we don't have three different teachers, one who's going to stay home doing distance learning for composition and the other one who's going to go to school for distance learning for composition. We don't have that. Quite a few of us are the only ones who teach our subject, and to ask a teacher to simultaneously be in class and distance learning is unreasonable, and you're going to lose half your staff. So I know there's a lot of schools that are doing that, and I wish we could fit that there was an easy answer for us for something like that. But like logistically, I know that, it's a big district school option, but for us, probably not. And then as we move forward, when people are looking at ideas and brainstorming, and as we start to do so, I do also still want to stress our mission and vision. The current version of distance learning that we are doing is not honoring that. It's getting us through, and it is doing what it needs to do for right now. But, and I know I have a full on bias when I say this, but as an AP teacher, I can't cut out half my curriculum again. They will fail the test. It's a disservice. I already had to cut a unit because I knew it wasn't going to be on the test, but they're not going to do that next year. And so when it comes to the mission and vision of the school, if we have to revamp and redesign for a distance environment long term, not just like a week of distance learning because they asked us to stay home, but long term, we have to think when that's really look at a way to make it actionable for our mission and vision. And I know that's not perfect and I don't have the answers, but I'm just throwing it out there. It's like ideas in the ether.
Well, and the scary part is for you to develop a curriculum, regardless of which direction we go, will take you months. And, obviously MDE realizes that, but by saying we're going to tell you things more definitively on July 1, basically they've put us 3 months back. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, we don't have our teachers in our seats and we can't control their summers, nor should we. And to your point, they need a break. So when are they going to create this new curriculum for something we don't know? I mean, I mean, there's no solution. It's just a rhetorical question, but it's just, I don't know. The other thing is, do we have like a liaison that's essentially trolling 833? Because to your point, it's all about the busing, and the busing is all about how they design their new distance learning, regardless whether we love it or not. But that will dictate how they schedule their buses. And we need to know what they're thinking like today. We might not love it. It might never come to pass, but we really need to know today what discussions they're having. Because if we can just get a tidbit that saves us a week here and a week there of decision making and planning, we'll take it. We'll take that extra week here and there. And I don't know. I just don't know that world. I mean, I don't know if we should just also show up, or do they have minutes we ought to be reading, or what? But they seem to be we're tied to them, right? I mean, we are tied to what they do.
Just one more comment along those lines. So we were talking busing, and I agree that's a big issue, but I'm really struggling to see how a class, can dismiss and all of the students can flow through those hallways 6 feet apart, right? I mean, I don't see it. So I want to be optimistic here, but I kind of am leaning towards we need another solution, because even if we solve the buses, we have students that there's no way you can keep them separated safely, right? Until we have an alternative, either a vaccine or some sort of treatment or what have you. So, I mean, I like the idea of thinking through potential options, but maybe it is as simple as you can only invite one grade back in order to manage the space. But the hallways in MSA between classes are barely passable before COVID-19, right? Now it would be impossible, right?
And I agree, Dan, and I have actually a lot of questions. And I just feel like waiting though until July 1st to find out exactly what we can and can't do is kind of too long. Like there are some things that at least a committee could start to meet and say like, hey, this is not going to be an option for us. This won't work at all. What are some maybe workarounds in this situation? Or, you know, we can start to at least develop some, you know, what are the 4 possible options? What, if we're going to do a hybrid, what would be best for our school to do a hybrid? So to wait until July seems like pretty late to start that conversation. Whereas if in July, when they make the decision, if we say, all right, we figured out these 4 options, they make this decision, that decision meets best with our option number 2. All right, let's start, we'll whittle down option number 2. Let's like flush out option number 2 and actually figure out how to implement option number 2. Otherwise, I feel like all of a sudden, I mean, it's kind of like distance learning. We took a week to even figure out what we were going to do. So then teachers only had a week of the 2 weeks to actually implement, you know, figure out their lesson plans and stuff like that. It's going to be work. I mean, and yeah, I would like a break as well, but I think that we need to have some sort of a committee. And I don't know if it needs to be a board committee, or if, John, you want to have a committee that, you know, you have, and at least have some elements in place, have some ideas kind of figured out. Otherwise, July 1st comes and we are at, you know, point 0. And it seems like that's a far way to go. I mean, even if you just know the committee and you have committee dates or meeting dates or something like that. So we have something that we've started with.
Yeah, I don't think we're at point 0. I think we do have a skeleton laid out. To your point, that is something that we can have done ahead of time. Those staff members that are available to start in July, I guess I look at it as fundamentally, not only do the teachers need a break, the staff needs a break as well, the year-round staff, just because of the mental health issue. At this point, as far as I'm aware, we are not scheduled to lose any staff members that haven't been asked to come back. I would like to keep it that way. And asking, we can make it voluntary, but there will be staff members, because of their dedication, that will feel like they need to be on these committees and will not get that time off. So there is some work we can do ahead of time to get ready for July 1st. But really, to me, it comes down to a mental health safety issue. And I really have to look at it at that angle, that I have to protect the staff sometimes from themselves, because I know we have very dedicated staff members that would work all of the time to get this done. The problem is the effectiveness over time then drops. So I think we will have something in place. The other part of that is we will have a board committee. We could have one appointed in that June meeting with the new board. And I mean, if that's something they feel real strongly with going forward, we could get started earlier. But I guess I am of the mindset that everybody does need a break, just for everybody's own mental health and safety. But we can have committees ready to go once those decisions are made, so that we have an idea of what we need to do, and we can work the most effectively then.
I mean, we are stuck between a rock and a hard place, because to your point, like you said, mental health, but then the other maxim is pay now or pay later. So if we don't pay it now and help to spread it across, and we take a break, we might actually be bringing more pain upon ourselves later. So we need to understand that and plan accordingly. So it's not as easy as, I don't know, it's not easy, period. So I get it, but there are different options, and time is not on our side.
No, it's not on anybody's side with this. The other benefit that we do have as a charter school is we do have some schools, charter schools specifically, that operate year round. So they will be doing some of this work ahead of us, so we can learn from their experimentation, just like, you know, the states are doing with other states, waiting and watching, or corporations are doing. And so there are some schools that will be in session in the month of June that we can look at to see what their successes are. I would fully anticipate that Max will continue to do, I don't anticipate twice a week, but probably once a week, or I can't imagine them going less than once a week updates. And those are very valuable, because that's where we get to learn what other charter schools are doing, and we really brainstorm what are the best courses of action, or sometimes what are some of the pitfalls that we have to be aware of when we go about our planning. Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. The sad part is there's no court or course of action or no plan for this. Everybody's kind of has to make it up on their own, especially in the charter world, because, you know, the saying goes, you know, once you go to one charter school, you've been to one charter school. But if you go to a traditional school district, a lot of the traditional school districts are cookie cuttered, and charter schools are very different that way.
So from an MDE perspective, philosophically, are they going to expect public schools to teach the same amount of material that we did, say, last year in a traditional sense, and we will somehow be asked to cover all that in this coming year as if nothing happened? Are they going to, you know what I mean? Are they going to not, you know, last 2 months, unusual, but starting fall, all our standards, all our expectations are going to be as if COVID never happened. We're going to put that on your shoulders to make sure it does happen. Is that the philosophy they're operating under?
The current vibe that's being sent is that the expectation will be that standards are met, but the rigor of the standards will be less. But the current vibe from MDE is they do want all the standards met, but it's going to be probably at a much reduced rate.
I'm not sure I understood that distinction.
Oh.
Well, same standards but reduced rigor. That'd be like that. I don't get that.
I guess some of that. Trying to think of a way to.
And it's not you, by the way.
Yeah,
I know you're getting it from MDE, but for them to say that lends no guidance whatsoever.
Exactly. And when I hear that, when I hear those, the first thing that comes to my mind is, well, you're taking away what MSA is. You're making everybody the same then, because there's no, if you have to go to distance learning, there's really no way. It's very, very difficult to differentiate yourself from other schools then, because everybody's just accomplishing a watered down standard. I mean, and I hate to say a watered down standard. You're fundamentally meeting the standard, but your understanding of what's behind the standard is reduced so much that it really takes away the identity of our school, because our standards are so high.
Actually, I saw it the other way. I see it as it is an opportunity for us to shine because our standards are so high. And I have confidence in our teachers that we're going to, I don't know how they're going to pull that rabbit out of the hat, but I know they will, to keep up those standards. That's why I don't think we fit some of those MDE dictates, because boy, they have to deal with all 1,200 public schools in the, high schools in the state. And because we have the flexibility, we ought to think how we can use that to our advantage. So anyway, sorry, enough said. I mean, obviously we share a lot of the same, we're just stymied by what to do, but.
Yeah.
All right.
More to come.
Yep. All right. Then the math curriculum changes. So Mr. Langseth.
Yes, so I did email just kind of a sheet to all of you that just kind of briefly goes over the main pieces of it. In fact, let's see, that's not it. Let's see if I had it up. As we've been looking through deciding what to do with our curriculum, and let's see if this works. All right, so with our curriculum, it was developed by the initial math teachers, and certainly through research and other things, they decided on kind of what the philosophy of the math department should be. And throughout the history of MSA, it's kind of stayed the same. Like we've been using that curriculum. Certainly there's been changes made here and there, but we don't have any of the originals. And in fact, I don't think if you go like generationally, like I don't even think any that were hired in like the second grouping after those originals are also still here. And so what we're working with for the curriculum was written a while ago. Now, while I like it and I like a lot of the things with it, the problem is anytime someone new comes in, they don't necessarily understand the philosophy behind it. There aren't necessarily like teachers' full guides for it. And it's just challenging to jump into. Now, I could jump into it pretty easily because that's kind of how I was taught in my math education, and kind of I understood where they were going with it. But it certainly is a challenge just to jump in. And so as we were starting to look at different curriculums, we looked at lots and lots of different curriculums from all the different manufacturers. And the one that kind of kept coming back and sticking out to us was CPM. And CPM is a nonprofit, and they developed a curriculum that is very similar to what we've been doing at MSA. And so as we look at our philosophy, CPM really matches very well with what we do. And as we're deciding, that was the primary goal. We didn't want to jump to just a traditional where you stand at the board, teach them an algorithm and say, hey, repeat this, because that's not really a great way to really remember your math and to know it well. And so we didn't want to go with something like that. And so CPM advantages, it meshes with our current math philosophy. It offers free professional development for all of our math teachers. So if anyone new comes in, there's free professional development for them already. It also includes lots of resources, so teacher resources for teachers to access, including lesson plans and other things that are ready to go for them. Ebook access for students, so students don't have to carry a textbook home with them in order to do their math. And they have access from their phone, from their Chromebook, their laptop, whatever. And so that was certainly an advantage. And also parent guides. And so those parent guides also provide resources for parents of students that either want a little bit extra work or want to kind of help with what their students are doing. And with the current curriculum, that really wasn't available. A teacher would have to come up with whatever they would give to parents for extra work or to help them. And so now that wasn't as much of an issue back when MSA first started and all teachers had cell phones with the expectation that they answered their cell phone after school. And so while that certainly is a possibility, I think we all realize that, I mean, teachers have plenty of work as it is. And while I do answer emails and help after school, I'm not available every moment once school is out. I certainly try to limit that and try to respond as I can, but also let them know is like sometimes I won't be able to, whether it's other meetings or other things going on. And so, so this gives some additional resources for those that need those additional resources. And so with this, I think we talked about doing course name changes. And so to be honest, it's not really changing a whole lot. I think it's just being a little more true to what we're actually doing. And so while we've done pre-algebra, algebra 1, 2, 3, pre-calc, calc, and then depending on the year, sometimes we've had the 6th grade math class, sometimes we haven't. And so, so that's kind of what we've been doing as a math department. And so a long time ago, we essentially got rid of geometry. We didn't fully get rid of it. I know there certainly was some pushback when that did happen, but the idea is we really work some of that geometry in alongside the algebra. So the problem with doing a typical algebra 1, geometry, algebra 2 is that as I think one blogger put it that I really liked is she was calling that the geometry sandwich. So algebra and then this weird geometry class in the middle of then algebra 2. So they go into this geometry class that you think completely differently. And then you have to go back into algebra, and a lot of times algebra 2 teachers, regardless of where you're at, the issue is you're kind of having to spend a long time to get them back into the mindset of thinking algebraically. And so that was kind of the reasoning for switching to what we are calling algebra 1, 2, 3. That is sort of an algebra 1, 2, 3. It's just mixing that geometry in, and they just used the same algebra word that everyone else uses. Now, the problem with algebra 1, 2, 3 is you go to any of the local high schools or really almost anywhere in the United States, well, they don't do algebra 1, 2, 3, they do algebra 1, geometry, algebra 2. And so because of that, it's like, well, is our algebra 2 equal to their algebra 2? Sort of. But is our algebra 3 their algebra 2? Sort of. And so because it's integrated, and just to make it clear that really that's kind of the idea, that is part of the reason for the name change. The other thing with that is we were planning on going with the CPM integrated curriculum. And so that really lined up better with what we are currently doing. And I think certainly will work better for our current students to switch to the integrated versus to going back to an algebra 1, geometry, algebra 2. But not only that, I think there's plenty of research that shows mixing those together and kind of working through them together is much more effective. And this curriculum does a good job of kind of spiraling and making sure they review concepts, review things as they go through. And so I think an integrated curriculum is certainly, in my opinion, a much better option for students. And so that's kind of the direction that we want to go, is going towards that integrated curriculum. So just really, it's just renaming our algebra 1, 2, 3 to integrated 1, 2, 3. So it's just changing the word algebra to integrated. And so there really isn't a whole lot of difference in that piece. As we go before the algebra, well, we had the pre-algebra, and then as I said, sometimes we had the 6th grade math, sometimes we didn't. And then rather than just call that pre-algebra, certainly we could, but we just thought, you know, we'll call our 2 classes. So what would have been 6th grade math in the past, we're just going to call middle school math 1, and then pre-algebra is middle school math 2. And so that kind of just replaces the names of the other classes we've had. In terms of content, it's really not any different. We're covering all the same standards, maybe not exactly in the same order or exactly the same class, but we're covering all the standards. In fact, we've even kind of got our document working all of that out, making sure that we have everything that we need. So as a 6th grader that would come in, they would take a placement test, and then potentially they would either go into middle school 1 or middle school 2, or integrated 1. So those are the 3 places they could be placed. If they're a middle schooler going in at integrated 1, it'd be just like a middle schooler or a 6th grader that went into algebra 1. And so then they'd be kind of in that same place. If a middle schooler got put into middle school math 2, it'd be like they were put into pre-algebra before. And then if they're put into middle school math 1, then they would be put into, or it'd be like 6th grade math. Now, as we go through this, one thing that we're seeing more is we're getting more 9th graders to come in and not be on track to graduate right away. And so just because of where they place, what they do. And so along with that, if you look at the little kind of flow chart, we did add one piece that we're kind of brainstorming, thinking about what it's going to look like. We're not going to incorporate it next year, so not for 2020-21, but the following year is kind of when we want to establish that. And so we're thinking of having a hybrid integrated 3 and pre-calc course. So that would be a harder course, and it would primarily be for those that are not on track to graduate. Certainly we're thinking about for students that want to accelerate, but the focus right now is on students that aren't on track to graduate. So if a student comes in, like this year came in as a 9th grader in Algebra 1, they are not on track to graduate. So any 9th graders in Algebra 1, then next year would be Algebra 2, Algebra 3, or switch to the integrated word, and then pre-calc as a senior, and then they don't have the calculus requirement. And so through talking with lots of other people and how they did things, we really thought that there are a lot of things that really overlap in integrated 3 and pre-calc. Certainly not everything, but looking and seeing, well, what things can we just take from integrated 3 and just go into more depth? And so cover all of the things that they need. And then kind of what are the things that aren't quite as important, but overall covering a lot more material in that hybrid class that students could take as a junior and then go from not being on track to graduate before they were a junior. Once they finish that junior year, as long as they pass that class, then they can take calculus and then they're back on track to graduate. And so certainly there have been some students over the years that we've lost because they're not on track to graduate, and really the only option was to go PSEO. But this also adds another class and also gives those students another option to stay here and to graduate from here. So any questions on those things? I know it was a lot of information in a short period of time.
I had a question, Noah, just on the nomenclature. So like integrated is not so intuitive to me when I first saw it. With your explanation, it makes sense, but would you consider integrated math or some other name there so it's clear what is integrated?
Yeah. I mean, certainly using, just saying math somewhere in there, I think that would be good now that you mentioned that. But yeah, and then once we're coming up with course descriptions and whatnot, and that would also kind of be explained a little bit in those course descriptions, just to say,
yeah.
We're covering that same information. It's just called something.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, if I looked at somebody's transcript, if I saw integrated 2, I may not be understanding what that class is, right? But if it's somehow related back to math some way, right?
I was actually gonna say the same thing. I would think it'd be probably recommended to check in with Joelle and with Emily to see with regard to college transcripts, because those names like middle school math 1 and 2, but they're not really going to be on a college transcript. Not to denigrate middle school math by any means, but somebody's not going to look at it trying to parallel Met standards. So integrated 1, 2, 3, I highly suggest checking in with them, because then perhaps they might have some minor tweaks on the naming to get at for universities that you've met what they consider their tier of requirements for courses. You adding a word or two just to, clarify that so that they know for sure.
Yeah, it's certainly a good thing to look at. There are certainly districts all across the U.S. that use integrated math and have for many years. So, but it certainly is something that we definitely should kind of take a look at and make sure that things are covered. Although, with that being said, as a calculus graduation requirement, I think most any college that looks and sees, oh, they went through calculus, they'll also know, oh, well, they covered everything they need before that.
Unless this is a PSEO student and they haven't hit calc yet.
Yeah, in those cases, a lot of times they'll take placement tests to go into their classes anyway. But yes, it is something that we'll look at.
Yeah, good clarifier, you know.
I really like some of those supports you guys were talking about, especially as someone who's been through our math program. I love the ebook stuff. I love the parent guides idea. My parents couldn't help me at all. So not that I needed it, but Adam, what do you think as a former alumni or a current alumni? You know what I mean?
I passed calc by the skin of my teeth, so I don't know that I'd be necessarily a good person to answer that question. But yeah, I do agree with you, Cody, that there were many parents from when I was attending that could not help with their children's math homework just because it was at a level beyond them. And not to be a knock against most, or I shouldn't say most, but many parents, but like those requirements were just different from when they were going to school. They may not be in a STEM field, so they're not using math and forgot half of what they learned. So those parent guides are definitely going to be helpful. We're leaning toward more technology, so the ebooks are great. I do have a concern though. Our population nationally, statewide, probably even within the school, is not at 100% for internet access. Just because these ebooks are available, is there 100% reliance on these books for students to get their homework, or what is the backup plan for the students that don't have access at home to those books?
Yeah, good question. So as we're looking, kind of what I'm planning is for, I mean, certainly each student would have access to an ebook. We would actually have classroom sets of textbooks. So whether a teacher wants students to use the ebooks in class, it really is up to them, because we'll have actual physical textbooks for the classroom teachers. But also the idea is that we have at least a handful of extra textbooks, so that if there's a student that an ebook just isn't going to work for, and sometimes we have students that have other technology issues in terms of discipline and whatnot, so we could give them a physical textbook. So the idea is having basically just enough physical textbooks, and then everyone else is ebook, at least for when they're at home. If they're at school in class, well, they'll have a physical textbook if they need it, but then most students will then go back and use an ebook if they need it outside of class. But the idea is we'll have enough extra, just so if there are a few that need it for a specific reason, we'll have those on hand for them, but then everyone else will be ebook.
Is there a school nearby that uses this curriculum that we can talk to and ask them about their experience? What I'm wondering and worried about is, obviously we do a lot of things well in math. I mean, as our school, right? Because of our results, there are always things we can improve upon. The trick is to make sure we improve the things that really need to improve, and not touch the things that we're doing great just because no one else does it. In fact, that's what makes us great. So, I would be afraid that we end up solving one problem and then we create another. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't investigate this, because we should always become better. but I'm looking at this and I'm still trying to absorb what problem we're solving for. And the first thing you mentioned was about teachers, not students, teachers, not grasping how to teach our old ways and curriculum. I get that, and you're right. So maybe we ought to focus on development of how we can teach the way we do things better. I don't know if that's the solution or not, but you see where I'm going. I don't want the solution to be worse than what we take ourselves in a great direction and we have teachers in line, they're doing well, great development, and we just aren't thriving in terms of the student. So is there someone local that we could kind of tap their brain and go, what the heck, how does this work for you? And Michelle just raised her hand.
Typical, right? Raising my hand. I think Hmong College Prep Academy does. I know a couple of the teachers there. I can inquire. Make some contact.
Yeah, certainly I've been in contact with some through different means that have used CPM. In fact, the Anoka district is actually like the entire district is switching over to CPM. And for them, it's actually been a several year process. They kind of had a few that kind of piloted it. And then like each year, if there was a teacher that wanted to, they kind of let them. Now, the kind of the difference between what they're doing and what we're doing is they're going more of the traditional Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 route, whereas we're going with the integrated curriculum, which is actually the first curriculum they developed. And then they did the Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 more out of, well, certain districts just want these names attached to these classes. And so they kind of rearrange things a little bit. There certainly are a few that I'm in contact with and have talked with about how they set things up and how things work. And so I will say, in regards to the teacher part, while I felt that I could come in and do well with the curriculum, I certainly wouldn't say it was easy. And if you don't have the same philosophy coming in, it is a lot harder to do, and it takes a lot more to get there. Now, the advantage of this, even the idea of free professional development, is if we hire someone, I mean, even if we hire someone in August, a lot of times they will already have professional development that they're utilizing for other districts or whatever in late August. So someone could jump in and be a part of that to help them kind of figure out, well, how does this work? What kind of things do I need to do? And so they provide things all summer in order for the teachers to be a better help to their students and to really understand how to approach teaching, particularly this curriculum, but I really think that the way that they go about it, it's very research-based and it's very student-focused. And that's one of the reasons I really like this curriculum. And as I said, it's similar to what we did before, but I think it just provides so many extra things to help both the teachers and the students that I think it will benefit all of us.
So I guess then the question is, I mean, Mr. G, what do you think about this?
Sorry, I had a hard time getting my unmute button going. We implemented some of CPM earlier this year for one of the grades. And to be honest, I haven't heard any negative feedback. I've heard a lot of positive feedback on it. And to me, a lot of the things that when I met with Noah and we discussed this, a lot of it made sense. It aligns very well to what our curriculum is. The big selling points to me are that support that we can now start to offer our students and our parents, because the MSA curriculum, when it was originally developed, was extremely dependent on teacher resource. The teachers were the resource. So if the teachers weren't available, there really wasn't a resource for parents or students to go to find out, what do I have to do to get this to work? So the teachers really had to be available 24/7 during the school year in order to answer questions. Obviously, we can't expect our teachers to do that. The school did actually supplied all the teachers with cell phones, so they were available. And this takes a lot of the burden off the teachers so that they can have some family time. They're still available, and as Noah mentioned, they still answer a lot of questions. But if they're not available for whatever reason that evening, the parent and the student does have a resource to go to and look it up, so to speak, and find the solution so they can progress. So for a lot of those reasons, I really like this program. To me, it makes sense. One of the other big selling points was it's not a big adjustment for our curriculum and our students. A lot of it is a name change because a lot of the curriculum is the same. It really fits with our philosophy of inquiry, where students really have to learn the concepts, not just the math. And I think that's the one thing that really separates our students away from a lot of the other traditional school districts is our students know math. They get it. Now, some of our alumni may have struggled to get through it, but I would argue that they know math.
Yeah, I would say I might not be able to pass a calc test this far out without studying, but I'd at least know what's going on. Which I tutor students in math, and I see a lot of them, they've passed their algebra class, but that was a month ago. They don't know anything anymore. So I think our setup, even if I don't remember the exact stuff, I know what's going on, and I know how to figure out what I need to figure out, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that was the real big selling point. Is it's not a philosophical shift. It aligns, and it actually enhances our program because it's providing those resources that right now, to be honest, there's holes. We don't have, we do not have the resources available that a student 10, 15 years ago had available to them when they were taking the math course, just because we're really on our third generation of math teachers. So those teachers obviously are going to have a different comprehension and understanding of the way MSA math was done from the people that actually developed it. And I think this is one way where we can stay true to our mission and meet the needs of our students. And our student population is changing. They are not coming in as well mathematically inclined as they have in the past, and we have to meet those needs. And this program will allow us to do so. Now, if you haven't figured it out, I'm very much support of this. So.
No, and I mean, that's good. I mean, I'm trying to find out from Noah, who has, learned the old way and is integrating the new way. It would be interesting to hear what a student has to say about this, knowing how they learned it and how something like this might compare. But, bottom line is we just want to make sure that we do well by the students and we maintain the rigor. And, some students are going to need more help. We can't tell if that's a trend or a cycle. So I don't want to, have a knee-jerk reaction to catering to any different type of student that comes in, because at the end of the day, we are the Math and Science Academy, and we make math understandable, but it's difficult.
And I will say this definitely isn't a knee-jerk thing. Like, I actually had a conversation with Ken Thielman 2 years ago, as I was trying to figure out, well, where do we want to go with the math department and the math curriculum, and it was actually his recommendation to find a curriculum that we could like jump into rather than develop or continue to develop or maintain what was already there. And so I guess whether or not you said that we moved away from it, but I certainly felt that he really thought that was what was going to be best for us, to move to something else. Now, he didn't say what to move to, and I don't think he wanted to tell us what to do, but certainly I think it really was the direction we needed to move.
Well, I think his greatest concern was one of the things you named at the very beginning, which is it's difficult for a new teacher to come in. I mean, he would agree with you with that 100%. Beyond that, I don't know his entire philosophy on teaching and teaching math, but I would agree that he was looking for a better way to sustain that type of learning. So, question is whether this is it.
It is getting pretty late, so I'm not sure what we want to do with this. I mean, it didn't go through the academics committee yet, or I don't know what, did you want it to get approved by the board, or what were you thinking, Noah?
I mean, for the most part, I mean, it's kind of just letting you know what we're thinking about in terms of direction of the math department. I mean, certainly, I mean, I don't know that if there's a requirement of having curriculum approved by the board or not. I know we've certainly continued to be in conversations. We can have it approved by the board, but I think the biggest thing is kind of looking at what we're going to do next year. I think I think we'll kind of still be in like a piloting phase next year of kind of making sure that this is exactly what we want, and what tweaks do we need to make to it, because we're not doing it 100% as they would normally have us do it. But I think this is just kind of the direction that we're going, and I wanted to make sure that the board was aware.
So normally would this require some sort of review or discussion with the academics committee? I mean, it sounds like it.
I mean, Spanish department had to do that.
That's at least a first step. Whether it rises to the board, that's a good question. But certainly, next step would be academics committee. I mean, I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, and we'll certainly bring it to academics committee just to discuss kind of what we're thinking of going with. The biggest thing in terms of getting things approved, I guess the biggest thing is probably that kind of hybrid class and making some slight adjustments to the progression. And so I think that's really the biggest thing. And that's really the biggest thing that Spanish changed, was their progression and how they were naming things. To me, there really isn't a change other than just calling it something else. But with that additional class, that really does change things. And so definitely that's something that we'll bring to the academics committee to discuss and see if that's something that we are going to go forward with, not this coming year, but the following year.
Noah, I'd like to be part of that conversation. I feel like I'm one of the few people here that probably have experienced that initial vision. And again, was a big fan of it. That's why I've come back to join the board. So I'd love to help you with that.
Cool.
All right. Thank you so much, Noah. All right, then we'll just bring it to the academics committee. So they meet in June. You know, already know. All right, we'll move on then to approve the self-nomination form. And so that was the one that we had talked about during the workshop. It's in the back, very back of your packet. And so we had talked about some, we haven't really talked about anything as far as the form itself. Is everybody okay with the form? I mean, we didn't have any changes or anything. So everyone's okay. So that can be the form that you use to self-nominate yourself for one of the officer positions. So any other questions? Oh, I thought I heard an interruption. All right, so is there a motion to approve the form for self-nomination?
I will.
This is
move.
Adam. Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I heard Michelle make the motion. All right, is there a second?
I can second. This is Dan.
All right, thank you so much, Dan. All right, so we'll do the roll call vote. So, all right, Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
yes.
All right, the motion passes 9-0. And then we have to look at those the different options for you to vote for the new board composition process. And so we talked a little bit about those during the workshop as well. Would you like to vote on one, or would you like the new chair to just, or the chair, the interim chair to make up her mind at the meeting? Well, it'll be you, right, Judy?
I think we should vote on it. That way everybody is on the same page. I'm sure we would all trust what Judy decides. But I think just for clarity, that'd be the best procedure.
Okay.
I agree. So for the interest of time, I'm going to move that we proceed with option 1, which is that 7-step process set forth in the materials at page 78, I believe.
Yep. All right, is there a second?
This is Adam. I will second.
All right, and then we'll vote on it then. So Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes 9-0. And then we are on to, oh, turn the wrong page, sorry. Then for the final board summaries, all that I was thinking is that for each of the board committees, I think at the next meeting, they should come up with a kind of final board summary or a final committee summary to present to the board. So they can kind of talk about like what were a few of the major things that they did, what is there still left to do, and some sort of timetable as to what those things are that need to be done. Because at the next committee or at the June meeting, you'll also be picking new members to go on to all of those committees. So I assume some form of communication between the old person, or the person that, not old, but the prior person, and the new person. Well, I'm old, so that refers to me. But anyways, the new person, I think it would be good if we had some kind of formal understanding of where we're at in that process. And of course, that probably means you have to meet separately and so on. But does that seem like something that everyone who is kind of the representative of those board committees, that they could kind of come forward and present to the board along with any updates that they would have at the June meeting?
I think that's a great way to educate. Yeah, it's a great way to educate the new members.
All right. So we don't really need a motion, I don't think, but it was my idea that it would make sense kind of for us to do that. The last thing then that we're looking at is to approve the strategic plan. So we did make some amendments to it during the workshop today. Is there any other discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the amendments that have been discussed at the previous workshop and all the ones prior.
So you're making the amendment to approve, you're making the motion to approve the strategic plan as amended?
Yes.
Okay, thank
That
you,
sounds
Adam.
great.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it. It's
All right.
Cody.
All right. Thank you, Cody. All right. And then we'll vote on it. And so, Lisa, I say yes. Jeff?
Yes.
All right. Noah?
Yes.
Judy?
Yes.
Okay. Ramesh?
Yes.
All right. Dan?
Yes.
I think I skipped Cody. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Michelle?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes.
All right. And I got everybody right? Okay. All right. So then the motion passed 9-0. And then let's see, we're almost done here. So future board meetings and workshop agendas. We're going to finish up the eligibility policy. That will be the big one for the next time. And then the staff handbook. That would obviously be the next one as well that we'll have to kind of look at. So we have a couple of upcoming board meetings. We have a meeting on June 1st at 5 p.m. and that's a special meeting. And so that's to finish the director's goals. And then we'll talk about the staff handbook at that one. And then we have a regularly scheduled board workshop on June 15th and a regularly scheduled board meeting on June 15th at 6:15. Anything else? All right. Is there someone who would like to make the motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Bill, motion. Oh, that's okay, Jeff. You got it.
All right. I got Jeff. All right. And is there a second?
Woohoo! I will.
All right. And I have Michelle. All right. Lisa, I say yes. Jeff.
Yes.
Noah.
Yes.
Judy.
Yes.
Ramesh.
Yes.
Cody.
Yes.
Dan.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Adam.
Yes.
All right. And the motion passes 9-0. So thank you all for such a marathon session. I hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
Have a good
everyone.
evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks.